complete as he continues to tear through the opposition. He's completely taken over now, barely breaking a sweat with that 4th straight win. He is simply untouchable right now, capping off a 5-round tier. The difference in their general form is on full display today. Zef manages to halt the onslaught, putting a stop to that brutal streak. A rare glimpse of resistance from the 30-ranked player. Textbook exchange to put him in a commanding position. The skill gap is really starting to show through. What a way to close it out. Aster shuts the door on this one. He really just took complete control of this map, proving why he's always been such a nightmare for the other guy. Zeth actually holds a slight edge over the long term with 155 head-to-head wins. But he has to deal with the fact that he just lost a close series to Aster earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if that lingering frustration affects his focus here. Zeth takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. The favorite is starting to flex his muscles early. Complete shutdown as he makes it 3 straight, leaving his opponent with nothing. His recent win on Redline showed he has the measure of this matchup. Omnic answers back immediately to keep things close. He's fighting from a lower position on the ladder right now. Zed is pulling away now with a 4-2 cushion. He's comfortably leading their recent head-to-head encounters. Omnic is currently sitting on a 10-25 record for the day. So yeah, the struggle has been real for him across all his matches. He's really fighting an uphill battle to find some stability in this series. It's just too fast, picking him off from the ramp to reach 4 straight. The higher rated player is just completely taking over here. Zeth is simply outclassing his opponent, extending his run to 5 straight. A very consistent run of form from him today. Just a lightning fast snap for the 6th time, keeping the pressure high, heading into the break. Zeth holds a massive 10-2 lead going into the break. We expected a close fight, but he is just running away with this. That 7-round streak really broke the momentum for Omnic. Omnic needs to wake up now. Zeth is just cruising at 10-3. He's definitely fighting to prove himself against the higher seeded opponent. He's really starting to make a stand here, putting some serious distance between the score lines. Keeping the pressure on with those crisp. Unbelievable. He claws out another win from the edge of defeat to keep his run going. He's really starting to put a dent in that lead. Absolute dominance now as he keeps the momentum swinging with a 4th straight victory. He's refusing to let his ranking on the ladder define him. He steadies himself up, regaining control of the match. He has the experience edge, having played over 600 total games. He's starting to put together a really strong run here, putting Zeth on the defensive. The gap between these two is surprisingly tight on the ladder. Zeth is looking a bit shaky now, and Omnic has a real chance to flip this script. He's putting his 1,200 career matches to use right now. Another spotless finish as he continues this impressive charge. Just a huge shift in energy compared to how the morning started. Oh, a total shutdown to put Zeth on the verge of victory. Zeth finally stops the bleeding just when things were looking bleak. Game over. Zeth closes the door with a definitive final kill to secure the victory. Despite a scary run toward the end, Zeth showed why he's the stronger pick today. He really had to fight for that one. What a game. Aster has really owned this matchup in the past, having won 74% of their historical encounters. It makes sense given that Aster is clearly the more consistent player today. It would be tough for Omnic to turn things around if he can't shake this slide. Aster is absolutely on fire, simply picking him off the ramp for another one. A very tough start for the 35th ranked player here. Unbelievable. Omnic nearly goes down, but he scrapes through a chaotic trade to get back in this. He needed a spark like that to stop the bleeding. He's looking sharp now, putting together 2 straight to close the gap. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that early deficit to lock the score at 3-3. Aster responds instantly, claiming a fast victory to retake the lead. He really knows how to handle this rival. Omnic catches him right off that wall to even things up at 4-4. Omnic is really proving that the ladder rank doesn't tell the whole story. The momentum has shifted as he secures a narrow lead in this set. It is a surprising look for the heavy favorite in this set. Back to a dead heat as Aster levels it at 5-5. Coming off a strong performance in the earlier matches today. Aster edges ahead once more to lead 6-5. The higher seeded player is starting to assert himself. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, nobody expected a fight this close, given that Aster typically wins 74% of their head-to-heads. Omnic is showing a lot of grit here to stay level. Let's see who blinks first. Goodness, what a scrap. Aster manages to scrape by in a brutal exchange to take a 7-6. A really rough day for the underdog so far. Aster is just too fast right now, picking him off from the ramp to extend the lead. The gap in their overall records is starting to show. He's completely in control again, wiping the floor with him from the ramp. He's certainly riding a wave of confidence after that strong day so far. He refuses to back down, shutting Aster out completely to trim the lead to 2. It's becoming a real dogfight in the second half. He is refusing to let this set slip, securing another victory from the ramp. The gap on the ladder is looking smaller by the minute. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, completely erasing that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Pure chaos now as everything resets here. He's just in another league right now, taking a commanding 4-round lead. He is simply outclassing him in these exchanges right now. Aster answers back with a crisp headshot to bring this set right back to a tie. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground here. Aster is starting to distance himself again, claiming that win with great positioning on the ramp. The confidence from his other recent matches is showing. Aster is simply too fast, taking control of this set as he moves within striking distance of the finish. Game over. Aster seals the victory with an incredible burst of speed to finish the series. He really pushed him to the brink for a while there. Omnic put up a hell of a fight to make this an actual contest. He had to work for that. Aster holds an overwhelming lead in their head-to-head history. So Zed starting this off strong is definitely a statement. He is fighting an uphill battle against one of the most consistent players in the league right now. He simply refuses to let up, taking another round from the ramp to put Aster in a deep hole. The rank 14 veteran looks completely rattled right now. Aster proves he's far from done, picking him off the ramp to get back into this. He's starting to show why he went into this as the favorite. Unreal, he survives a brutal exchange to take the fight to the ramp and secure his second straight round. Zef is really putting on the pressure, keeping the pace high as he denies Aster's attempt to use the ramp. A pristine exchange there, keeping himself safe while chipping away at Zed's lead. The experience advantage is starting to play a role here. Zef has a lean 37% lifetime win rate across his career, and honestly it's surprising to see him holding his own like this. He is playing with a lot of confidence despite the general struggle he's had in the league. I wonder if he can keep this momentum going into the double digits. Zef maintains a 2-round cushion as we hit that. That was an incredibly quick reset. Aster is showing serious grit here, staying sharp as he cuts into that lead right before the switch. Very clean way to close out the first half. Zef takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the top player is just not finding his footing today. Aster is struggling to close things out while Zef is playing the best game of his life. Let's see if Aster recovers. He's staying tough, walking away with another flawless exchange to close the gap. It's a total toss-up at this stage. He's completely leveled the field, proving he has the stamina to claw back into this match. Zef edges ahead by a single round. Zef is clearly not intimidated by the higher rating in this match. Zef pulls ahead again, holding a tight 2-round lead. He's really shaking off the memory of that earlier 13-7 loss. He keeps this recovery alive, stopping Zed's momentum with another lightning-fast reaction. Zef just barely keeps his narrow lead at 10-8. He's absolutely shaking the ladder rankings today. He's refusing to break, shutting this exchange down instantly to stay within striking distance. The back and forth is intense, but Zef is managing to hold the higher ground as we approach the finish line. The pressure is mounting on that number 14 spot. What a response. He secures another victory to put himself on the verge of closing this out. The underdog has officially seized control of this series. The veteran keeps fighting, refusing to let Zef walk away from this easily. Zef has really shaken up the expected outcome of this duel. Unbelievable. Zed closes it out right here and seals the victory. He's just completely rewritten the script for their rivalry today to come out on top after everything Aster usually throws at him is just wild. What a fight. Omnic manages to clear Zeth off the ramp to secure the opening round. Zeth holds a narrow lead in their lifetime head-to-head rivalry, and honestly he's been the more consistent performer across the board recently. It's surprising to see him start this slowly after his latest win against Omnic. We'll see if he can pivot here. He just completely dismantled the other guy off the ramp, keeping the streak rolling. A stark contrast to the form he's shown in his other games today. The pressure is mounting as he keeps this perfect run alive. The higher rated player is looking completely lost right now. Finally, Zeth lands his shots and manages to carve out a round for himself. He's definitely the more favored player heading into this. Unbelievable. He barely survives that absolute slugfest, clutching out a second straight round. His recent 13-9 victory over the same opponent seems to be echoing here. Goodness, he almost didn't make it out alive, but Zeth claws back another one to keep this surge going. He's really refusing to let the lead slip away here. Omnic shuts the door on him from the Tetris, pushing his lead to 6-3. He's been fighting a tough uphill battle throughout the entire day. Zeth strikes quickly to take his opponent off the ramp, showing great grit as he narrows the gap. Omnic has struggled significantly today, coming in with a 10-25 record over the last 24 hours. It's a complete reversal of form from what we usually see when these two clash. It'll be interesting to see if this streak of confidence actually lasts through the end of the game. Omnic goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, he's playing the role of the spoiler perfectly here. He's totally flipped the script on Zeth, who was widely expected to take this map. Omnic is absolutely dominating, stretching it to a 9-4 lead. The rating gap here really isn't telling the full story. Zeth manages a response, trimming the deficit to 9-5. He's currently sitting a few spots higher on our rating. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp to put some serious distance between himself and Zeth. A total reversal of their usual history together. Zeth is just completely out of options right now, falling way behind as the gap continues to widen. He just brushes him off the ramp and now stands one step away from victory. Total lockdown on that side of the map right now. Absolute perfection to close it out. Omnic secures a clean final kill to take the map. The momentum just never shifted back, and he's going to be licking his wounds after that one. Aster is dominating the all-time rivalry here, winning 74% of their encounters. It's clear that the mental advantage is firmly with him today. We have to see if Omnic can actually shift that dynamic in this series. Attar's now holding a slim 2-1 lead. Aster is putting on some real pressure right now, clearly feeling comfortable with this lead. Aster has been on fire today with an impressive 25 and 11. Aster takes a commanding 3-2 lead into round 6. He really needed that after a close loss on fast aim. Omnic fights back to tie it up at 3-all. He's really having to fight for it against a lower rated opponent today. Aster is showing some great consistency here, refusing to let Omnic string together a big run. We've got a dead heat now for a piece. He's certainly fighting the narrative of being the underdog here. Atter edges ahead, now leading 5-4. The higher rated player is certainly showing his class tonight. Omnic has struggled recently, posting an 11-24 record over the last day. I mean, he's clearly fighting an uphill battle with the momentum. He'll need a quick response to keep this from spiraling. Atter manages to hold a 1-round cushion. He's really fighting to shake off that poor 30% record from his last 10. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, it's a very predictable start. Omnic is keeping things respectable, but he's simply unable to outpace a guy who owns the head-to-head record. Time for a fresh start. Unbelievable. Omnic barely scrapes through that chaotic trade, surviving with just a sliver of health. Absolutely nails the timing to keep this close. Aster holds a 2-round edge as we move forward. He's looking very composed after that strong showing against Zeth earlier. Aster is still just one step ahead at 8-7. He's really grinding it out despite being the heavy underdog today. Aster is just keeping a steady pace regardless of how hard Omnic tries to claw his way back into this. Aster is widening the gap, moving out to a 10-7 lead. Absolute precision on those last couple of exchanges. Just completely outclassed on that exchange, extending the run to 3 straight. This looks like a repeat of that fast aim encounter. Omnic gets the reaction time right there to keep things moving. A crucial momentary lapse from the 17 ranked player. He's refusing to fold, picking up another win to keep this rally alive. Complete shutdown of that attack, putting Aster just 1 win away from the victory. He finally closes the door on this contest with a hard-fought finish. Omnic fought hard, but he just couldn't find a way to consistently break through those walls today. Welcome everyone. We have Zeph and Esther facing off on orange, with Esther entering this match as the clear favorite. Rat! Grenade flight! What a scramble. Both players poured everything into that exchange, but he barely survives the chaos. He's definitely feeling those 25 wins from earlier today. Zeth has fought back to a dead heat. After holds a slight lead as we head into round 6. He's certainly playing like the higher rated seed right now. The pace of these exchanges has picked up and Aster is really starting to put the pressure on. Aster takes total control, completely shutting down Zed's momentum with three straight. Zed is definitely feeling the pressure of that rank 30 spot. Absolutely crushing it. Aster extends this streak to 4 straight. He's certainly putting that strong day of 25 wins to good use. He's absolutely on fire, taking 5 in a row now. Zeth hasn't seen his luck turn since that loss to Omnic. Absolute perfection from Aster, who just walked through that round without taking a single point of damage. A clean exchange here as Zed finally puts a stop to that onslaught right before the swap. A bit of breathing room for him before they switch sides. Aster takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's completely running with his role as the favorite here. Zeph needs a big shift in the second half if he wants any chance of a comeback. Let's see how the side switch feels. Aster is comfortably leaning into that 73% map win rate. And it really shows in how he's controlling the space. It's getting harder and harder for Zeph to find an opening. Unreal. He barely hangs on for his life in that absolute brawl. His recent victory against the opposition on the map shows he can compete. Aster is just putting on a clinic here, leaving Zeph with almost no room to breathe. He's really showing that top 20 strength right now. He shuts the door on that little rally, and now he's just 1 round from victory. Zed's recent form against the top seeds hasn't been great. And that's it. Aster closes out the series with a strong finish to secure the map. Just an effortless performance from the top seed, who really looked light years ahead of his opponent today. Zef typically looks stronger on this map with a 38% win rate. He is clearly the favorite going into this, but the pressure is on now after that early mistake. He needs to shake off the nerves quickly. Omnic has the lead, putting Zeth in a hole. Coming off a tough stretch with 19 losses today. Both players are trading rounds back and forth, refusing to let the other get any real breathing room. Omnic is just edging ahead with a tight 3-2 lead. Both are fighting to forget those tough losses against Aster earlier today. Omnic is really starting to pull away at 4-2. His head-to-head record with the opponent is nearly a dead heat. Zeth is refusing to let Omnic build any real momentum here. He is trying to make up for that blowout defeat on red line. Omnic has really shaken things up by taking a 5-3 lead, especially since the betting odds favored Zeth before the match. He is definitely starting to feel the pressure of being the expected winner today. He can't afford many more slips like that. A sharp exchange here and Zeth earns the edge from the ramp. That's a much cleaner response from the underdog. Omnic is just dominating a 7-4 lead right now. Omnic takes the first half 7-5. Well, it is a bit of a surprise to see the underdog in control right now. He is fighting through the map perfectly despite Zeth having the historical advantage here. Time to switch it up. He's showing great resolve here, clawing back into the game to bring this close. Zeth is really starting to play like the favorite now. Omnic keeps a slim 2-round cushion over Zeth. Still fighting to find a consistent spark in a long day. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's really struggling to find that same energy from his win over Aster. He's just not letting up, taking another clean round to extend this run. Zeth is really feeling the heat today. He's just on fire right now, putting a crushing grip on this match. He is absolutely dismantling the higher rated player right now. He shuts down the comeback attempt instantly, putting himself 1 round away from victory. Huge stop by Zeth to keep himself in the game. He just barely managed to snag a glimpse of hope here. What a way to seal it. Omnic secures the victory and takes home the map. He really just proved that his previous win today wasn't a fluke, just an incredible showing from the underdog. Aster comes out fast, catching Omnic right as he tried to hold that ramp. Aster holds a massive edge in the head-to-head, having won 74% of their career meetings. You can tell he knows exactly how to handle Omnic's style. It'll be tough for the underdog to shift the momentum with this start. Deadlocked at 2 apiece, Omnic has fought back perfectly. Aster's form usually carries him and he's been on fire today. Omnic is simply too fast right now, taking a huge step forward in this match. Aster answers back immediately, bringing us right back to a stalemate. The higher rated side is refusing to let this slide. Aster takes a narrow lead as we head into round 7. He's certainly making his strong 26-10 day look effortless. He's really hitting his stride, now picking up another one for a 3-round surge. The gap in rankings is starting to look like a chasm. Omnic just put a stop to that momentum, putting the score at 4-5. The lower ranked player is proving he can hang here today. Omnic has only managed a 33% all-time win rate across over 1,000 matches. Well, it's a steep mountain to climb when your overall history is that challenging. I wonder if he can find some way to flip the script before the halftime break. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, Omnic is playing way above his rank right now, despite the disparity in their skill ratings. He's keeping this fight surprisingly close. Fresh start for both players. Omnic claims the lead for the first time tonight. He's really defying the historical odds right now. Aster levels the playing field, making it a 7-7 tie. It's a complete toss-up going forward. Aster is starting to pile on the pressure, putting Omnic on his heels with those quick rounds. Another tie break and we're sitting pretty at 8-all. Aster just secures a big advantage and it looked like he had the perfect read from the ramp. The number 14 seed is starting to reclaim his territory. Aster surges ahead, now commanding a 2-round lead. The higher seeded competitor is simply too sharp for him today. Omnic claws back and now it's 10-9 for Aster. He's definitely found more confidence since that victory over Zeth earlier. Aster is just a hair away from closing this out, needing only 2 more rounds to secure the win. Consistency is really the name of the game for the favorite. Things are getting incredibly tense. We've seen an absolute trade-off of rounds lately, and now the pressure is mounting for both of them. That was an effortless read. Aster now needs a single round to secure the victory. What a way to finish it. Aster closes out the series with a final burst of precision. He's really making his presence felt on this map today, proving why he's the dominant force in this rivalry. Hard-fought win. Astar has a total stranglehold on this rivalry with an 80% win rate. He's coming into this while in an incredibly hot stretch of form today. It'll be interesting to see if Zef can actually carve out a path to victory here. Zeth has seized control, leading the count 2-1. Despite those struggles against Omnic earlier, he's stepping up. Zeth is putting on a clinic in reaction time right now, winning these exchanges almost instantly. Zeth keeps building his lead, now sitting at 3-2. He has a much stronger track record on this map. Astar is really starting to put the pressure on now after that play on the wine crates. Exactly what you'd expect from a player sitting at rank 14. Astar has completely flipped the script and is now on a roll. His dominance today has been absolutely striking. Wow, an absolute brawl that barely went his way, but Astar manages to hold on for another victory. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another perfectly clean round to reach 5 straight. A brutal scrap of a round, and he barely survives it to push his streak to 6. The skill gap is really showing between these two. He's just too quick right now, securing another flawless round as the first half winds down. Astar takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what we anticipated. That 8-round run really crushed any hopes of a comeback for Zeth in this half. Time for a fresh start. Astar has been on a tear today with 27 wins in the last 24 hours. And he's showing that same consistency here in this match. He's just completely outclassing Zef at the moment. He's simply too efficient right now, putting himself just a single round away from the victory. What a finish! He secures the final round and cruises to a total victory. Zeth managed a few quicker reactions, but he just couldn't keep up with that level of precision. Zeth holds a slight overall lead in their head-to-head history. He's been struggling in his recent series, so getting this opening lead is a huge relief. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that small historical edge into a full series win today. He's just completely taking over the map right now. He's really making a statement after that rough run against Aster. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just not letting any chances slip. He's really turning things around after that slaughter against Aster. He's just simply too quick for him, moving to a 5-round burst. Complete reversal from that last meeting on Mapas. Incredible. He survives by the narrowest of margins after a brutal exchange. A hard stopping finish to secure that point. Omnic has a tough history here with a win rate of only 31%, and honestly, that struggle is translating into his current game. He's essentially fighting an uphill battle against a player who just knows how to win these specific exchanges. He'll need a complete shift in approach to stay in this. Zeth is just cruising along with a massive 7-2 lead. A solid recovery for the higher ranked player here. These encounters are starting to fly by, with Zeth putting a lot of pressure on the clock. His current form is a complete 180 from those losses earlier today. Zeth is firmly in control, leading 8-3. Tight exchange, but he managed to keep his composure. Zeth goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Honestly, he's completely outclassed his opponent in this first half. Omnic is really struggling to put up a fight after that huge 5-round run. Omnic needs to find a spark now. Omnic manages to pull that off. Really sharp movement to get the kill on Zeth while he was elevated. A nice piece of awareness to secure that point. Zeth is just dominant, staring down a 10-4 lead. It's a much needed result for a guy who struggled recently. Omnic claws one back, but Zeth still holds a 10-5 grip. He's definitely fighting a tough uphill battle based on the overall rankings. Zeth is just a few quick steps away from closing this out. It's a huge contrast to that poor showing against Aster earlier. That was a total shutout for Zeth, putting him just one round away from the victory. His confidence has really surged since that loss to Aster. What a fight. He digs deep to survive that clash and secure the map victory. A clean way to wrap things up for the higher seed. Omnic just couldn't find an answer for that level of precision. Aster gets the early lead, catching Omnic as he tries to hold that ramp. Aster is putting on a real show here, looking completely comfortable in those early exchanges. Omnic secures that trade and gets a nice little piece of ground back from the ramp. A tight contest so far for someone sitting outside the top 20. Aster looks really sharp from that elevated spot, just continuing to push the pace here. The gap in their career records is definitely showing here. Ader's got a slim lead as we hit round 5. He's really struggling to put together a run after that tough set earlier. Omnic has clawed back to tie things up. His recent 26-10 run today hasn't stopped this surge. Aster really liked that high ground, catching Omnic out of position to reclaim the momentum. Aster's just too fast right now, catching Omnic right there on the ramp to extend his lead. He's really dominating this specific head-to-head matchup historically. Aster barely edges ahead, holding a thin one-round advantage. He's trying to shake off a rough 11-25 day so far. Aster really likes that ramp position. He's just too quick for Omnic right now. Aster keeps his nose ahead, leading 6-5. He is really fighting the uphill battle today. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out as expected so far. He's simply got a much higher skill rating than Omnic, which is why he's holding the advantage right now. Time for a fresh start. Aster holds a narrow cushion as we enter round 13. The underdog is proving he can trade blows with the elite. Unreal, he clings to life after that absolute slugfest. He's consistently looking like the superior player in this pair. Omnic is really stepping up now, and we are officially looking at a deadlock. Aster has historically won about 74% of their meetings, and he's showing why with this current lead. It's a tough spot for Omnic as he's already struggling against the weight of those past results. He'll need a big push to turn this around. Omnic is making it very interesting now, using that ramp hold to pull right back into this series. He's really shaking off the dust from that tough, fast aim loss. Aster is clinging to a tight 2-round cushion. A lightning fast execution to keep the lead. Omnic is breathing down his neck with that 10-9 deficit. The gap in their ladder positions is practically non-existent right now. Aster is starting to pull away again, making it very difficult for Omnic to find any real momentum here. A tough time for the number 35 seed to keep this close. Neither one of these guys is letting the other have a single breathing room tonight. Omnic holds the ramp and finds another equalizer. We are completely tied up here. Complete reversal of how this series started. Aster is just one step away from a victory after an effortless finish. That was a clean, efficient way to close out the exchange. He claws back into it. We are heading to overtime after an incredible battle. Everything is on the line now in a massive deadlock. The pressure is mounting and Aster looks just a bit more composed as we head deeper into this overtime. The seed difference is certainly making its presence felt. Aster has a real stranglehold on the series now, just picking Omnic apart regardless of where he hides. That's a massive head-to-head advantage for Aster overall. We've got a total nail-biter here, and Aster is looking a bit rattled after giving up that lead. A huge effort coming from the number 35 seed. Absolute exchange by the skin of his teeth to put himself on match point. He's showing some incredible nerves of steel in this final stretch. What a finish. Aster shuts the door on this series with a lightning-fast snapshot. Omnic really pushed him to the limit today. He's just not going to let it be an easy day at the office for the top seed. What a fight. Aster really owns this specific matchup with an 80% win rate over the lifetime of the rivalry. You know, the historical dominance is definitely showing today. Now it is just a matter of whether Zed can find a way to break this cycle. Aster is cruising right now with a commanding 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is settling in quite nicely. Aster is really putting the pressure on here. These exchanges are becoming incredibly fast. He's simply too fast right now, moving into a 3-round surge. Just a glimpse of the top tier form we've seen from the favorite today. He is simply unstoppable, claiming another round to push his lead to 5. The difference in their current form is becoming glaringly obvious. Absolute control from the favorite, extending the streak to 5. He's certainly showing why he sits in the top half of our rating. He's just not letting up, taking his 6th straight point to reach a 7-round advantage. The gap in the recent form is just huge right now. Savage efficiency on display as he extends this run to 7 straight. The gap in skill is evident, mirroring that blowout on Italy P. Finally, Zef manages to break through and get a point on the board. Zed is clearly shaking off that rough loss from earlier today. Aster has a formidable 27-9 record over the last day. And honestly, he's using that momentum to completely dismantle Zeth right now. It's almost impossible for Zeth to dig his way out of this hole. Aster heads into the break with a 10-2 lead. Honestly, the result perfectly matches the pre-game predictions. He's clearly the better player here, and Zeth is struggling to keep up. Zeth finds another one, making it 3-10 now. He's definitely fighting through the fatigue of a long day. Zeth claws back to 4, but Aster still looms large. He's fighting against a brutal career record in this series. He's completely turned the tide now, putting together a 3-round run. He's proving he can hang with a top 15 player today. Unbelievable. He's just tore through that exchange to keep the momentum rolling. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape out a win from the ramp, barely surviving that chaotic trade to keep his 5-round surge alive. A quick response from Aster to get things back under control. A really strong showing from the number 14 seed so far. He shuts down that momentum swing instantly, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. His consistency is just on another level tonight. He just needs to survive one more push, but Zeth refuses to go down quietly. The gap in their ladder rankings is practically non-existent in these high-pressure moments. He's refusing to go quietly, securing another clean win to keep his hopes alive. The momentum is shifting in a big way right now. He is simply on fire right now, continuing a relentless charge back into this game. The underdog has completely shaken off the early disaster. What a display of resolve. He's put together a 4-round round to bring this nearly even. Everything is suddenly on the line. What a fight. Aster survives the slugfest to close out the match. He had to clutch up at the end, but he's just too experienced for this matchup. Zeth played out of his mind to force a closer finish, but he couldn't quite bridge that gap. What a battle. Zeth currently holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head record after over 300 matches. That history seems to be playing a role here since he recently handed Omnic a heavy defeat. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that control. Zeth is cruising right now with a 2-1 advantage. He's definitely fighting for a tough run of form right now. Zeth is really putting on the pressure early on, making it look easy to find those opening shots. Zeth's just edged ahead, taking a commanding 3-2 lead. He's fighting an uphill battle with that rank 36 standing. Omnic claws back to tie things up at 3-3. A massive shift from that blowout we saw in their last encounter. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken over this map with 3 straight wins. A careful sequence of exchanges, but he's the one who walks away from it. He looks like the more reliable player today, regardless. Omnic pulls ahead and now holds a slim 1-round cushion. Really shaking off that poor 10-25 run from earlier today. Omnic really needs this momentum given he's sitting at rank 36 of 45. It's a surprising position to be in for someone who is suddenly putting on a clinical display of aim. He needs to push this lead further if he wants to pull off the upset. Omnic takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely turning the tables on the favorite right now. He really turned the tide with that 4-round run to seize control of the series. Let's see if Zeth can bounce back. Omnic is just flying through this series now, and he's looking extremely comfortable playing from the ramp. Quite the turnaround considering how he struggled in his other series today. Omnomnic is just running away with this, leading 9-5. A sharp response from Zeth to stop those consecutive rounds. Omnic is just dominating this, extending it to 10-5. The gap in their ratings isn't showing at all right now. Zeth is refusing to let this slip away. He's staying composed, even with a significant deficit. Zeth has definitely had his fair share of struggles today. Omnic is just completely swapping roles with Zeth in this series. A huge contrast to his tough losses against Aster earlier today. He's just one more away from closing this out after an incredibly clean finish. Zeth just can't find a way to stop the bleeding. Absolutely superb. Omnic wraps this up in a heartbeat to secure the victory. He's finally clawed back some ground in that lifetime rivalry, looking like a completely different player than he did in their last set. Aster shows no mercy, putting a stop to any hopes for an early Omnic surprise. Asteros has this matchup figured out, leading the head-to-head record 275 to 96. It's clear that psychological edge is playing a factor in how early the lead has opened up. The pressure is definitely on Omnic to find an answer. Omnic. He's showing a lot of resilience given the rating gap between them. Aster is keeping things tight and refusing to let Omnic build any real momentum right now. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece as they head back out. His recent record shows he's really fighting for his life today. Aster takes the lead and now controls the pace. That's a massive gap in form compared to the other side. Aster is really starting to stack up the wins, and that ramp position just gave him another easy look. That high tier rating is really starting to separate the two. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes by with his life there to secure another win. The gap in experience is glaring, and it's showing in these exchanges. He's just completely taken over this map, extending his streak to 4 straight. His 27 wins today prove he's in peak form. He simply cannot be stopped right now, cruising into the final round of the half with a huge lead. That high win percentage in his last 10 matches is on full display. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the top seed is firmly in charge here. He really capitalized on his strong map win rate to pull away after those early rounds. Omnic needs to wake up now. Omnic is really starting to push back, catching Aster as he stepped out from the ramp. He's trying to prove those overall statistics wrong. He's just completely erasing Aster's lead, putting together another flawless round. Aster shuts down that little rally by holding that ramp perfectly. The higher seeded player is simply too sharp today. Omnic has struggled a bit today with a 11-25 record over the last 24 hours. It's definitely weighing on him as he tries to stay in this. Now the big question is if he can find a way to break Aster's current momentum. Aster clears him off the window and stands on the verge of closing this out. It's looking like the predicted outcome for this one. Omnic manages to drop him off the wine box, extending this game slightly. He's definitely not going down without a fight. His confidence is starting to wobble just a bit. And there it is. Aster shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. Just a total mismatch once he got his rhythm going. He's really looking unstoppable in the server today. Aster is dominating this rivalry with a long history of success, holding a massive lead in head-to-head matchups, and seeing as he just came off another win against Zeph, he should be the one taking control of the pace here. It'll be interesting to see if Zeph can actually find a way to flip the script today. Unbelievable. Aster barely scrapes through that chaotic trade, surviving with a tiny fraction of health. He's showing why he holds that rank 13 spot. Zeth has fought back to tie this thing up. He's showing why he's sitting comfortably in the top half of our ladder. Zeth is officially in the driver's seat at 3-2. The momentum has shifted since that last set they played. Zev is making this look easy, just completely taking over these opening exchanges. Zeth holds a slim one-round lead as we move on. Zeth is currently sitting on a 5-3 lead, which is quite shocking given his history in these matchups. It's a complete reversal of the expected dynamic since he's usually the one fighting an uphill battle against Aster. He'll need to keep this pressure high to secure the upset. Zeth's really extending his lead to 6-4 now. It's definitely a rough day for the high-seeded player. These two are just trading rounds back and forth now. It's a total toss-up as we head into the home stretch. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, it's a huge surprise to see Zeth fighting on equal footing. He's really pushing back against one of the top players in the league. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth edges ahead by a single round here. His recent form suggests the momentum should be swinging the other way. And we are back to a total deadlock at 7-all. The higher seed is starting to exert his will. Aster is really starting to build a wall here, taking Zeth down from the wine quickly. An absolute stalemate at 8 apiece for these two. He's really digging in despite that rough start to his day. Asterclaws back to a narrow 9-8 advantage. He's really leaning on that top 15 standing right now. Aster is just finding the best spots right now, catching him out from the wine once again. A truly dominant day so far for the number 13 seed. Another lightning fast reflex play as he just wipes Zeth off the wine for his third straight. Zeth refuses to go away, answering back to keep this fight alive. He's finally starting to put up a fight in this closing stretch. That was a lightning fast execution, putting the pressure squarely on Zeth's shoulders. Zeth is refusing to crumble under the pressure, keeping his hopes alive in this series. He's just not letting this match slip away, continuing his climb back into the series. What a desperate fight. Zeth survives a total shootout to force this game into overtime. Complete chaos in the final stretch as we hit a total deadlock. He's just untouchable right now, picking that opponent off the wine for another win. Absolutely clinical finish to secure the victory. What a clutch response to keep the score level at 13-all. Hard to believe we've reached this point given the huge gap in their ratings. Aster is really starting to pull away in this extended battle. The higher seed is really making his presence felt right now. What a response. He shuts that down immediately to keep this battle locked in a tie. Just a complete standstill in this crazy overtime battle. He's simply on fire right now, extending his lead to 15-14. Aster claws his way back into this, forcing it that heat at 15-15. Neither player is giving an inch in this deep water. Zeth takes the lead once more at 16-15. Aster levels the playing field at 16-16. Zeth just sneaked ahead to a 17-16 advantage. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite in this deep run. Zeth puts some breathing room between them at 18-16. Zeth is really ignoring the rankings today. Zeth is absolutely cruising now with a 3-round cushion. He really fought his way back from the brink of defeat. To see Zeth finally break that losing streak against this opponent is just wild. He earns that victory. Zeth is currently sitting on a slight head-to-head advantage with a 157-155 lead over his opponent. It's interesting because Omnic usually feels more comfortable on this specific map. We'll see if that familiarity helps him climb back into this series. Zeth is simply on fire, taking total control of the early stages. The favorite is making a strong statement early. Omnic earns a crucial answer here, tracking Zeth right off the box. He needs to step up his game to hold that favorite status. absolutely untouchable in that exchange. He's showing some real grit to climb back into this. What a chaotic fight. Zeth barely walks away from that one, surviving by a thread. He's clearly utilizing that rank edge to stay in control. He's refusing to back down, clawing his way back into this match. He's starting to push back against the pressure. He is refusing to fade, tying things up at 4-4 with a completely effortless shot. Zeth pulls ahead by 1 with a clutch finish. The higher rating is starting to manifest in the tighter moments. Omnic has struggled significantly today, going 10-25 over the last few hours. It's putting him in a tough spot because he's already fallen behind in this particular series. He really needs to flip the script here if he wants any chance of a comeback. Zeth takes the lead, 7-5, heading into the break. Well, he's playing exactly to the expectations we had coming in. Omnic has more success on Dunes overall, but Zeth is keeping things tight and staying ahead. Let's see if Omnic can push back. A lightning fast reaction from him to tighten the gap right after the side swap. He looks much more composed now that we've switched sides. Zeth is holding firm with an 8-6 cushion. He's really leaning into that superior ranking today. Zeth is really extending this lead, showing great poise while fighting from that elevated angle. He's managing to keep a steady pace throughout this afternoon. Totally effortless exchange there as Omnic continues to mount his charge back into this match. He is staying aggressive and refusing to let Zeth pull away from this series. Zeth is certainly feeling the pressure from the underdog right now. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit, bringing the score level at 9-9. Absolutely breathtaking momentum shift as soon as the game leveled out. Zeth puts a stop to that surge and reclaim a 1-round lead. A steady performance from the rank 31 seed. What a fighter. Omnic just levels the game at 10-10 after dragging Zeth right off the box. Total reset. Now everything is back on the table. We are seeing a lot of quick trades lately, and Zeth just managed to pull back ahead of the pace. Zeth shuts the door on that comeback attempt and now stands just a single round away from victory. Boom! Zeth closes it out with a quick double tap to secure the victory. Omnic really fought his way back into this one, but he just couldn't close the door when it mattered. He had to work for that. Aster dominates the overall head-to-head with 276 wins C, and given that Omnic is coming off a rough patch in the last day, he might be lacking the confidence to turn this around. Let's see if he can actually find a way to disrupt the momentum. Omnic's holding the lead at 2-1 right now. Tough break for him after an impressive 27-9 showing today. Another one for Omnic, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. The rating gap isn't playing a role here. He is absolutely taking over this map, picking up a clean 5th round win. It's rare to see him this disadvantaged in their past meetings. He just can't find a way to stop the surge, and the gap is widening. The higher rated player looks completely lost right now. Simply irresistible. He's now claimed 6 straight frames without taking any damage. The underdog is putting on a complete show today. Aster finally secures a frame and puts a stop to that run. The a priori favorite is finally starting to respond. Aster is really starting to claw back into this one, taking the round while holding the ramp. Aster is really finding his second wind now, securing another victory from the ramp. The momentum is swinging back to the higher ranked man. Omnic answers back quickly to tighten the grip on this first half. Omnic goes into the break with a 7-5 edge. Well, we are looking at a potential upset here. It's surprising to see the lower ranked player ahead after that earlier 6-round run of dominance. Time to see if Aster can rebound. He's showing great grit here, shutting down the opening round of the second half with a completely unscathed shot. He's certainly not letting the underdog run away with this. Omnic has an all-time win rate of only 33% across his career. That makes this lead even more impressive considering how often he usually struggles to close out series. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this composure under the pressure. Aster continues to push forward, showing real spirit to stay in the fight. He's showing some serious composure now. Another incredibly fast victory as he continues to bridge this gap. He's looking much sharper on the offensive side right now. Omnic stays ahead by 2 as we hit round 18. His recent struggles in the league today are clearly not showing here. What a scramble. Omnic somehow digs deep to survive that exchange by a hair. Absolutely gutsy to keep it together after barely scraping through that. Aster survives a frantic firefight to stay in the game. That was a messy exchange, but he came out on top. Omnic manages to outlast him in a prolonged battle to move within striking distance of the victory. The pressure is clearly getting to the higher seeded man. That's it. Omnic closes the door with a perfect final shot to take the match. He's really shaken the odds on this one, proving that past records don't mean anything once the timer starts. What a result. Aster has managed to win 80% of their previous encounters. It's clear the historical dominance is showing. The big question is whether Zeth can use that recent victory over Aster to spark something here. Aster is really rolling with a commanding 2-0 lead. The higher rated player is certainly making his mark early on. Aster holds a narrow lead, but Zeth is fighting back. He's really trying to channel that recent victory from Italy. Zeth is having a really tough time finding an answer to the pace Aster is setting right now. He's definitely playing the part of the heavy favorite today. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 4-1. Looking at the overall numbers, this result is exactly what you'd expect. A sharp reaction there by Zeth, who is refusing to let the lead slip further away. He's certainly showing the composure of someone who knows he can win here. Zeth is staying aggressive and walking away completely unscathed to bring this total to 3-4. This is putting his recent form on full display. Aster has looked nearly invincible on this map, winning 73% of his games here. Well, it's no surprise that he's maintaining a steady grip on the pace in this series. Another effortless round for Zeth, who's proving he has the grit to climb back into this. Zeth is really defying the pre-match expectations right now. Unbelievable. He has actually clawed his way back to a dead heat. Both of them have a clean slate now, moving into the final stretch. Aster barely edges ahead with a slim 6-5 lead. The higher seeded player just reclaimed control of the map. We head into the break with things locked at 6 apiece. I mean, Zeth is making a huge statement here. He's completely neutralized the favorite in a set where Aster usually owns a 73% map win rate. Let's see who blinks first. A chaotic exchange of fire, but he manages to outlast the opposition and reclaim a one-round advantage. He's really starting to put the pressure on in this second half. Absolute parity now as Zeth ties things up at 7. The top 15 seed is making sure the momentum doesn't shift. Just an instantaneous snap to target, and Zeth now holds an 8-7 lead. Zeth is simply not playing like a long shot today. Zeth keeps this momentum rolling with a total shutdown, pulling even further ahead. A shocking shift in power from what we expected today. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-8. He's coming off a very strong 27-10 day overall. He's digging deep and finding a way to maintain this surge. Total role reversal from how this started. Zeth is simply too fast right now, strolling toward the finish line with a 3-round cushion. It's a complete turnaround from the start of this set. Aster shows real grit here, denying a potential run and narrowing the gap. A much needed response to keep the dream alive. He just keeps fighting, taking his second straight round to keep this match tight. He has to keep playing this way if he wants a comeback. What a stand. This time Amini raised that lead with 3 consecutive wins to tie this series up. The momentum has shifted completely back to the top-seeded player. Purely untouchable right now. Aster takes a commanding grip on the series and stands just 1 round away from victory. Incredible poise from Zeth, picking the opposition off the ramp to force a deadlock. It's a wild contrast to the expected outcome of this duel. He simply refuses to break, securing his second straight as the pressure mounts in this overtime battle. What a way to close things out against the higher seed. Absolute precision there, keeping the pressure high to bring this score level at 13-13. He's refusing to back down, taking full control of the exchange to move ahead. Aster is simply on fire right now, taking a second straight and putting himself on the verge of victory. The higher rank is simply too consistent in these high-pressure moments. What a fight. Aster survives the exchange to secure the final round and seal the series. He really had to dig deep in overtime to get that victory across the line. Zeth pushed him to the limit today. What a fight. Unbelievable start. Omnic barely scrapes through that chaotic opener to take the first round. Zeth holds a slight edge in their overall history with 158 wins over Omnic. Looking at how they've played recently, well, it's clear that Zeth has been the one capitalizing on the high pressure moments. He'll be looking to keep that confidence high here. Zeth really used that window to his advantage, securing a clean win to take a narrow lead. He's certainly looking like the favorite going into this one. Omnic regains control, pushing the tally to 3-2. He's fighting a tough 9-26 stretch across his other games today. And we're deadlocked at 3 all after that clash. Truly tight series between these two so far. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, taking that duel down from the toolbox to keep his lead. Omnic is currently fighting through an incredibly tough day with a 9-26 record across his matches. It's surprising to see him fighting for control right now, given how hard the last few hours have been. I wonder if he can actually sustain this run. Absolutely soaring now. He's taken 4 in a row to build a commanding lead. A quick response from Zeth to halt the slide before they switch sides. He's showing why he entered this match as the favorite. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really fighting back against the odds here. Zef was expected to run away with this, but he's struggling to hold a lead of his own. Time to see if the momentum holds. Omnic is just cruising, extending that cushion to 8-5. A huge difference from how that Dunes match went earlier today. Omnic just completely shut him down from the ramp, and that's a 4-round lead in the making. Slightly better ratings for Zeth, but those aren't translating right now. Zeth looks a lot more comfortable now, using the ramp to secure another one and keep this game within reach. Zeth really needs to find a way to secure another series of wins. Omnic just dominated that exchange from the window to put himself in a really strong spot. Zeth is usually a cut above on the ladder. The pace of these engagements is getting incredibly fast. Omnic is just popping off right now. Zeth is keeping this competitive, refusing to let Omnic just sail toward the finish line. Zef is starting to chip away at that lead, punishing Omnic for staying in the window. He's got the higher rating here and is showing in the clawback. What an absolute nail-biter. Zeth barely hangs on with a sliver of health to keep this momentum shifting. He's looking dangerously sharp right now. A quick flick from Omnic to shut things down and move within striking distance of the victory. As Zeth keeps his composure and catches a clean win to stay in this. This is exactly why we expected Zeth to take this match. Zeth stays aggressive from the toolbox to secure another one, refusing to let the match slip away. The gap has completely closed. Unreal, Omnic closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's finally broken that losing skid and comes out on top in a total bloodbath. What a grit fest! Aster secures an early lead by taking that opening fight from the ramp. Aster holds a significant advantage with a 65% all-time win rate. Well, it makes sense that he's starting strong given how consistently he's been outclassing his opponent throughout their history. Let's see if Omnic can find a way to break that cycle. Aster is dominating, pushing a commanding 3-1 lead. He's definitely feeling the confidence after a strong 27-9 run today. Omnic is really struggling to keep up here. The gap in speed is becoming very apparent. That ranking difference is starting to show in the server. Omnic shows some real grit here, refusing to let the deficit get any larger. He's fighting against the current here. Aster is comfortably cruising with a 5-2 lead. He looks incredibly comfortable playing in his preferred spot. Omnic has put up some impressive numbers recently with that 10-25 record today. It's just a shame he's running into one of the few opponents who consistently finds a way to shut him down. Now the real test is if he can claw back a few rounds before the halftime mark. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange with only 7 health remaining. That's a stark contrast to their last encounter on Mapas. Another effortless round for Aster, continuing his role just as we head toward the mid-game break. Aster goes into the break with a big 9-3 lead. I mean, this is exactly how the match looked on paper. Omnic needs a huge shift in momentum to overcome that 68% map win rate gap Aster has here. Time to see if the tide turns. Omnic is still trailing, sitting deep at 4. A rare glimpse of a side where Aster isn't fully in control. What a fight. Aster manages to edge out that chaos and barely escapes with his life. Pure survival instinct, just barely pulling away there. Aster's a double-digit powerhouse now, leading 10-5. Aster is putting on a real display of efficiency right now, leaving very little room for error. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, trading blows and keeping this competition alive. Despite the gap in rankings, the fighting spirit is clearly there. Aster is just a single round away from ending this now. The favorite is really putting on a clinic in the second half. Omnic pulls off a strong play and manages to knock his opponent off the box. A much needed breath of air for the underdog right here. Another clean take for Omnic, keeping the dream alive for a few more moments. He's finally starting to find some traction in this game. A lightning fast strike from Omnic to keep this hope alive. The pressure is definitely mounting for the heavy favorite now. Absolutely stunning. He just clears that ramp effortlessly to keep the surge going. The confidence shift in this server is palpable right now. And that's it. Aster shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. Hard fought win. Aster has a historical grip on this matchup, winning 80% of their career fights. We're seeing a huge gap in their head-to-head records, but Aster is definitely feeling the pressure after a shaky start. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually shake off this early mistake. Zeth holds a commanding 2-1 lead right now. He's certainly putting those 27-9 numbers from today to good use. Aster has completely flipped the script here, taking control of the map after a strong start from Zeth. He's simply too fast, taking a third straight victory to move into the lead. Zeth claims an easy response to level the score. Aster edges ahead, clinging to a narrow 4-3 lead. The higher rated player is certainly showing his class. Aster has been truly dominant in the last 24 hours, boasting a 27-9 record across all his games. It's that kind of confidence that makes it so hard for Zeth to find a way back into this series. Aster keeps his nose ahead at 5-4. He's fighting uphill against a much higher rating today. Aster's just unstoppable, stretching this to a 6-4 lead. He's really starting to put that skill gap on display. We are seeing some real volatility here, with neither player able to put together a significant run. As Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's probably expecting a bit more of a gap given his history here, but he's doing enough to keep the momentum on his side. Time for the side switch. Aster is just refusing to let him breathe, quickly picking Zeth off the box to keep the lead widening. His recent form is just a different level of consistency. He's refusing to go away, keeping the fight alive and chipping away at that deficit. Just a clean, efficient response from the underdog. He's putting on a clinic now, moving his tally to 7 as he continues this spirited rally. Aster is comfortably poised with a 9-7 cushion. He's certainly maintaining that upper half placement on the ladder. Aster's now sitting on a commanding 10-7 lead. Aster looks to repeat his recent results from their last meeting. Aster is completely in control, securing another clean win to move within 2 of the finish line. Zeth finds a way to answer back, halting the onslaught for a moment. He really is playing the spoiler role tonight. What a response, securing another lightning-fast victory to close the distance. Aster answers back immediately with a lightning-fast strike, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. That's the final blow. Aster puts it all away with a decisive victory to close out the set. Zeth put up a great fight, but he just couldn't find a way to break through that wall. Zef enters this series as the clear favorite. It makes sense given how consistently he's managed to trade rounds with Omnic over their massive history. We're looking at a nearly even head-to-head split, but Zef tends to find an edge when the pressure mounts. Zef holds a tight lead at 2-1 right now. He's already had a tough afternoon with that 16 and 20 record. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Zef is really putting on the pressure early on. Zed is just dominating, sitting pretty at 4-1. He's really bouncing back from those earlier losses to Aster. Zef shuts him down from the wine, putting a real stranglehold on this opening map. Things are looking completely different than their previous clash on fast aim. That's a terrifying burst of speed from Zeth, who is now firmly in control. He's just completely untouchable right now, extending that streak to 5 straight. Absolute total control from Zeth now, who has completely seized this series. It's a huge shift from the result we saw on fast aim. He's just completely in control, cruising into the final round of the first half. He's effectively locked this down. Zeth takes a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, this has basically become a one-sided affair. He really capitalized on that 8-round run to completely dismantle Omnic before the switch. Omnic needs to find an answer fast. Omnic has historically really struggled to close out games, as shown by that 33% all-time win rate. But he's showing some surprising grit in this half. He's managed to dig himself out of a hole to grab a couple of rounds back. Let's see if this is just a brief flicker or a real shift in momentum. Zeth quickly shuts down that rally, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. This is exactly the kind of gap we expect from the ladder. And that's it! He secures the final round and closes out the map. He looked purely on another level today, proving that the gap in the rankings is very real. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with a 74% head-to-head win rate. He has looked much better today with that strong record across his recent matches. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually flip the script this time. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He barely walks away from that one to take the lead. At Aster has been absolutely crushing it throughout his day so far. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. He's certainly living up to the top 15 ranking today. At Aster just edges ahead, taking a slim 3-2 lead. Looking quite comfortable after those high-scoring wins earlier today. That's 3 straight for the favorite, who is just completely shutting the door right now. Gritty battle, but the momentum stays with him as he makes it 4 in a row. He's staying sharp after that heavy 13-10 win in their last meet. Total shutdown from Omnic, showing a lot of heart to claw back into this match. A big push for the underdog to keep this series competitive. Perfect shot to keep the charge going. He's really digging in here. Really shaking the confidence of the seed favorite right now. What a turnaround. He's completely erased the deficit and has this series all squared up. Absolute surgical precision from him right now. What a fight! He barely survives with a sliver of health to regain the lead. He's certainly leveraging that high rating to stay in control. It's 7-5 for Aster going into the break. Honestly, the gap in skill is showing, but Omnic is fighting harder than we thought he would. Let's see if he can push it closer. Time to switch things up. Omnic is having a tough run with a 10-25 record over the last day. He's really struggling to put together a winning streak compared to Aster's high volume of victories today. We have to wonder if he has enough left in the tank to mount a comeback. Aster's widening his lead to 9-6 right now. He's really capitalizing on that 27-9 run of form he's in today. Another clean take for Omnic as he continues to climb back into this game. He's definitely finding ways to stay in the fight. Aster still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion here. A tough afternoon for the lower ranked man in this matchup. Simply untouchable there. He's refusing to let this lead slip away. That was an incredibly swift response. The pace is just blistering right now. We're seeing these exchanges over in a heartbeat. A dominant showing across their recent match history. A perfectly timed shot keeps the pressure on Aster as Omnic continues his push. The underdog is refusing to just roll over here. Aster answers back immediately, putting himself on the verge of victory. He's just showing why he's the higher rated player today. A fierce duel that Omnic managed to claw out, keeping his hopes alive in this series. A really quick set of exchanges. What a finish! He fights through the damage to shut it down and close out the series. He really stepped up the intensity there to protect his lead. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit on this map. He had to work for that. Aster has completely owned this pairing, winning 80% of their career meetings. It's a psychological mountain for Zef to climb, especially coming off a loss to this same opponent just an hour ago. He'll need to shake that off quickly to stay in this. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Zef managed to put a quick stop to the early momentum. Aster simply has the better eyes today, claiming another one from the ramp. He really looks comfortable with a 28-9 record today. Aster takes a 3-2 grip on this series. Zef's fighting an uphill battle against a much higher rated opponent. Zef's clawed his way back to a dead heat. Looking at those head-to-head numbers, he's fighting a serious deficit. Aster really tightened up that exchange and secures the advantage from the ramp. He's definitely playing like the higher rated seed right now. We've got a total deadlock at 4 apiece. It's a huge effort from the number 31 seed here. Aster pulls ahead by 1 in a tight series. His overall success rate has always looked a step above. Aster is really leaning into a dominant day with a 28-9 record across his matches. It is making it nearly impossible for Zef to find any breathing room. He needs to disrupt this momentum before it spirals further. Zef manages to outplay him from the boxes, and now this series is suddenly a nail-biter. He's definitely stepping up to the challenge here. We're all squared 6 apiece heading into the break. You know, Zef is playing way above his usual level here. He's refusing to be intimidated by Aster's usual superiority in this matchup. Sides are swapping. Let's see who takes it. Aster was quicker on the trigger and takes control again by shutting down Zef on the ramp. He's certainly proving to be a tough puzzle for the number 31 seed. Aster is distancing himself, pushing it to 8-6. He's making it look easy with a super clean finish. The tide has completely turned and he is now rolling with a triple round lead. He's really making his high ladder position felt here. He simply refuses to slow down, picking Zef right off the ramp to keep this streak alive. This looks like a typical performance from him in their history together. He is simply relentless, extending his run to 5 straight. It's a tough spot for the 31st seed to be in. Nice read by Zef, picking up the kill from the Tetris blocks to snap that streak. Just a desperate hope for something more from this set. Zef has found a spark, putting together a nice little run to close the gap. He's definitely showing a lot of resilience despite the rating gap. What a precise burst from Aster to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Zef just can't seem to find a way through this wall. And there it is. Aster shuts the door to take the series. Zef played with a lot of heart, but he just couldn't crack that defense today. Aster looks untouchable on this run. Zeth is looking sharp early, using that ramp to get the first lead of the match. Zeth comes into this with a huge head-to-head advantage after winning their last encounter 13-3. And honestly, that seems to be playing into his confidence right now. We're seeing a repeat of that dominance as he puts the pressure on early. Omnic answers back with a perfect trade, refusing to let Zeth run away with this. The favorite has to adjust a bit after that shaky start. Zeth is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. He's really making his overall map advantage felt. Zeth is just cruising along with a commanding 5-1 lead. Zeth is comfortably finding his footing early on. Absolutely ruthless. That's a 3-round surge to put him firmly in the driver's seat. Zeth is playing exactly like the favorite right now. He's just completely untouchable right now, shutting things down from the ramp to extend his run. It's getting difficult for the lower rated player to find any answer. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting together 5 straight points. Zeth is just on another level, securing another rapid victory to keep the pressure mounting. Omnic manages to find the opening and secure a clean win before the side swap. Crucial moment to shake things up before the break. Zeth takes a huge lead at 9-3. You know, we weren't expecting a slaughter, but Zeth is making this look easy. He's really leaning into that map advantage right now. Time for Omnic to find some answers. Omnic has struggled significantly today, going 9-26 in his recent matches. That lack of confidence is really starting to show as he fails to put up a real fight. It will take an incredible turnaround for him to recover from this deficit. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange from the Tetris to move 1 round away from victory. And that is a wrap. He closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure the match. He just completely dismantled his opponent's confidence here. Another one-sided affair for the top seed. Aster is currently on a 5-game win streak. He has been absolutely dominant in his recent matches, which really makes this opening round surprising. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually keep this lead. Omnic is really putting the pressure on with that 2-1 lead. The gap in their head-to-head history is staggering. Aster has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in a heartbeat. Omnic is just edging ahead now at 3-2. He's really fighting the tide after that 10-13 loss in their previous clash. Omnic is pulling away, now leading 4-2. Looking like a complete reversal from his stellar round today. The momentum has completely shifted. He's now claiming 3 straight to put his opponent in a deep hole. A gutsy showing from Aster, digging deep to hold his ground and claw back into this game. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Omnic is currently playing well above his usual level, especially considering his recent 9-26 record over the last day. It's quite a turnaround since he's been struggling in most of his recent matchups. He's really challenging Aster's authority in this series. Wild exchange of shots there, but he manages to scrape through to a huge lead. It's a shocking contrast to his dominance throughout the day. Omnic takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a complete reversal of what we expected from the top-rated player. Aster looks completely rattled despite his 63% map win rate here. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Omnic maintains his grip, moving ahead to 8-5. Omnic's run is definitely playing against the grain of their lifetime head-to-head. What a scramble! Aster survived that chaotic firefight to pull himself back further into this. That's some impressive composure under pressure. Omnic stays out in front now, sitting at 9-6. The higher rated star just can't seem to find any answers. Omnic is just relentless, pushing the lead to 10-6. Everything about the ladder says the tide should turn soon. He is just completely in control now, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. Both players took a lot of damage here, but Aster manages to win the gunfight. His 29-7 run today proves he's still the far more consistent player. Omnic really needs to find a way to break this momentum shift before things get desperate. He answers back immediately, moving himself one step closer to victory. A quick reaction from Aster to keep the game going. He needs a string of wins to really turn this around. Aster keeps the pressure up, ending that burst and refusing to go down without a fight. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this gap. Unbelievable. Omnic shuts it down with a perfect final shot to seal the victory. He really defied every single stat we had today to pull this off. What a Aster starts strong, catching Zeth right there on the ramp for the opener. Zeth is really struggling to find any answers early on, as Aster looks completely comfortable out here. The momentum is firmly with Aster, who just out-dueled Zeth right there on the ramp. The historical numbers definitely favor the higher rated side right now. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, moving to a commanding 4-0 lead. Zeth manages to find his mark and takes Aster off the ramp. He needed to pull one back after that previous loss in their last meeting. Aster is in a very familiar position with a 28-8 record over the last day, and you can see that confidence translating directly into his movement. He's not just relying on the rating gap, but playing with an aggressive freedom that Zeth is struggling to counter. Aster just obliterated Zeth right off the ramp, keeping the streak alive. He's really leaning into that upper half ranking right now. Zeth secures the lead from the window to hold his ground. Still a steep climb for the 31st ranked player. Aster safely in the driver's seat at 7-3. He's starting to chip away at that. Back to back for the underdog now. Another clean take from the ramp, keeping the surge alive for Zeth. He's really fighting back against the tide here. We're heading into the break with Aster up 7-5. Everything is playing out just as we thought. The favorite is holding his ground despite Zeth putting up a real fight during that second streak. Let's see if Zeth keeps this up. He's not backing down, shutting the door on Aster to bring this close to a dead heat. The gap in the standings is starting to feel irrelevant. Aster's career win rate sits at a high 65%, and that historical experience is clearly giving him the upper hand when the pressure mounts. Well, he just knew exactly how to handle that challenge to keep Zeth from continuing his climb. We'll see if Aster can lock this down before the momentum shifts again. Aster is completely taking over now, stepping back into total control with a third straight win. The higher seed is proving far too disciplined tonight. Zeth puts a stop to that run with a sharp reaction. He's certainly not out of this match despite those odds. Aster is just too quick today, ending that exchange almost instantly. Absolute precision from Aster, who just puts himself in a perfect position to end this game. What a way to close it out. Aster secures the victory with an effortless final shot. He's just completely owning this rivalry, extending that massive head-to-head lead once again. Zeth holds the edge in their head-to-head history with over 160 total rounds won. It's clear he's the favorite today, but Omnic is playing with a lot of confidence after his previous match. We'll see if this early lead is a fluke or a trend. The underdog is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Neither player can really keep a lead for long. We're deadlocked and it's anyone's game right now. Omnic's just barely holding on to a 3-2 advantage. His recent 13-10 over Aster seems to have given him some momentum. Zeth fights back and we're all square at 3 apiece. He has definitely held the upper hand in their prior meetings. Neither guy can put together a string of wins right now. It's a total toss-up. Zeth has struggled significantly today with a 15-21 record over the last few matches. You know, it's a tough day at the office for him. We're seeing that inconsistency play out in real time as Omnic starts to seize control here. Everything's balanced out at 5-0 for Omnic and Zeth. He's looking very comfortable in this specific matchup right now. Omnic is really fighting for every single round today, refusing to let Zeth pull away. Omnic takes a narrow lead going into the break 7-5, and honestly, Zeth isn't showing the map advantage he usually carries. We're seeing a much tighter battle than the pre-match projection suggests. Let's see if Zeth can dig in. Omnic is really running away with it at 8-5. The rank 34 player is putting up a massive fight. Omnic has completely seized the momentum, sitting at 9-5. The lower ranked player is really taking charge here. He's just too fast right now, racking up a 3rd straight victory to move further ahead. His recent 13-3 victory over the same opponent is long gone. Zeth answers back with a sharp response to put a dent in that lead. A much faster trade for the veteran here. Omnic is absolutely dominating a 10-7 lead right now. Omnic is just refusing to let Zeth put together any kind of momentum right now. Zeth is really fighting to stay in the game, refusing to let Omnic close this out quickly. That was a brutal exchange, but he emerges on top to reach match point. The pressure is really mounting on Zeth right now. What a finish. Omnic closes it out with an effortless final shot to seal the victory. He just completely shut down the narrative today, finally shaking off that ghost from their previous encounter. Aster really owns the long-term rivalry here with a 74% win rate against Omnic. It is a crushing disparity in their history, but he's currently struggling to find any footing against him today. I wonder if the mental edge has shifted. Aster's up 2-1 and looks completely dominant. He's putting those rank 14 credentials on display right now. Omnic was way too fast for him there, catching Aster right as he was perched up on Tetris. Everything looks a lot more even than on paper right now. Omnic takes the lead and now sits at 3-2. Coming off an impressive 28-8 run over the last day. Aster claws back to bring us all square at 3 apiece. This is exactly the kind of toss-up the brackets were hoping for. Aster is starting to build some serious momentum here, pulling ahead and putting a lot of pressure on Omnic. We are locked in a dead heat at 4-all. Omnic is definitely playing the role of the underdog well here. Aster edges ahead just as we enter the 10th. A solid response from the higher seeded player in this series. Aster is in the midst of a hot streak, carrying an 11-win record today. And that confidence is clearly spilling over into this specific series. It feels like he's finally flipped the switch to take complete control here. Aster holds an arrow 1-point cushion as we start round 11. A gritty showing from the lower rated side of this pairing. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Omnic is proving he can hang with the bigger name today. It's a massive shift from that 62% map advantage Aster holds on paper. Let's see who blinks first. Aster just barely edges ahead, holding a 7-6 lead. He definitely knows how to protect his lead in high pressure spots. Omnic fights back to make it 7-all. The gap in their rankings is practically invisible right now. Aster managed to secure a nice angle from the ramp to keep the lead. He's showing why he's comfortably in the upper half of the ladder. Aster just reads him like a book, sliding right through that ramp position to extend the lead. He's certainly acting like the front runner in this contest. Another flawless round for the leader, who's now completely took over this series. A massive turnaround from his rough start to the afternoon. What a scramble! He nearly went down, but manages to survive a brutal exchange to close the gap. That was a hairbreadth victory to get things back on track. Aster is putting on a clinic with these response times. He cleared that ramp position in a blink. That was an effortless shot to put him in the driver's seat for the final round. And that's it. Aster closes out the match with a final burst from the... Omnic really tried to disrupt the rhythm, but the sheer experience at the top of the ladder eventually won out. Aster has won 80% of their all-time head-to-head meetings. It's a massive historical advantage for him, but he's already dropped the first point of the match. Let's see if he can actually shake off this slow start. Zeth is absolutely dominating with a clean 2-0 lead. Aster really needs to capitalize on his higher rating here. Zeth holds a narrow edge with a 2-1 lead. He's been on a tear with a huge 28-8 record today. Zeth is moving fast, making a real statement here as the momentum swings heavily in his favor. Zeth is clinging to a slim 1-round cushion. The higher rated player is finally starting to assert himself. Total scramble on the ramp, but Zeth comes out on top to keep the momentum shifting. He's proving to be a tough puzzle to solve today. Zeth pushes ahead to a 4-3 lead right now. He's looked a lot more comfortable since that last bout on fast aim. Zeth currently holds a 5-3 advantage despite the massive gap in their historical head-to-head scores. You know, it's surprising to see him take control given Aster's typical dominance in this pairing. We have to wonder if Zeth has finally cracked the code. Zeth just secures another one from the ramp and he's really starting to pull away from the pack here. The higher seated player is really struggling to find a footing. Aster's back immediately with an effortless burst to cut the deficit to 2. He's definitely not letting this slide without a fight. He manages to secure a second straight point, keeping this series well within reach as we head toward the break. Both players are looking sharp as they close out the first half. Zeth takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on this match. We expected a rout given Aster's strong 62% win rate on Mappas, but the underdog is playing with way more confidence. Aster just wipes him right off the ramp, proving he's still very much in the hunt. He's really starting to lean on that higher ranking right now. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing the series back to a dead heat. The pressure is mounting for the underdog in a deadlocked set. Zeth regains the lead, putting him 1 up. He's shaking off that tough loss from earlier today. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, cleaning up that ramp play to push his advantage. The 14 rank star is looking very vulnerable right now. He just walked right through that exchange, refusing to let his opponent pull away further. He's definitely starting to play like the favorite again. Zeth's back in the driver's seat, up 10-8. A really tough spot for that top 15 seed to be in. Aster just picks him right off the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in this thing. He's definitely proving why he's the higher ranked seed in this contest. Zeth is just refusing to let this match slip away, keeping his nose ahead as we head into the final stretch. Zeth hammers home another point to reach match point. He's simply refusing to blink in these closing moments. Aster stays composed with a perfect shot to keep his hopes alive. A much needed stop to keep the pressure high. Aster is refusing to go down, keeping this fight alive with another quick outplay. He is really starting to tighten up his game. Unbelievable, Zeth closes it out with total precision to secure the victory. He really stepped up and defied the odds on this one. I can't believe he actually pulls this off against the veteran. What a fight. Zef has consistently performed better on this map with a 42% win rate. He's clearly looking to build on that advantage today. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find an answer for his positioning. Zeth is simply on another level right now, outclassing him in a flash. He is just untouchable right now, cruising to a 4-round lead. A strong start for a player who really needs this match today. Omnic finally answers back, cutting into that early lead. It's a promising look for the underdog right now. What a scrap! Zed holds onto the boost and barely scrapes through this fight. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that win against Aster. Zeth is just too quick on his feet, picking up another win from that elevated position. Omnic is actually the one who took their most recent meeting 13-8. And honestly, you can see him using that mental edge to keep this game within reach. It is definitely not the blowout the pre-match odds suggested. Zeth keeps pushing ahead, now sitting comfortably at 7. That Favorizer's edge is starting to feel a lot more real. Omnic just shut that down, forcing Zef right off the ramp to keep things competitive. It's a tight gap between these two on the ladder right now. Zef takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is playing out exactly as we anticipated. Given his map history, he's in a good spot, but Omnic is showing enough grit to make this a contest. Let's see if Omnic finds gear. Zeth is pulling away, now leading by 3. Zeth's slight edge in the rankings is definitely playing a part here. Zeth is really dominating, climbing up to 9 now. The numbers are starting to align with the favorite status. Another lightning fast exchange, and Zef is back in control with a 3-round streak. A rough stretch for the player currently sitting at 34th. He manages to get an edge and secures a clean round to stay in the fight. He's definitely fighting the uphill battle today. Zeth holds a strong 3-round cushion at 10. A really swift recovery, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite. Absolutely untouchable right now. His momentum is surging as he claims another round. He quickly regains the advantage here, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. Unbelievable. He clutches out the most desperate of fights with nearly 0 health left. What a nail-biter of a round. Just a sliver of health left for the comeback effort. A gritty exchange that Zef manages to survive, putting him on the precipice of victory. He's really showing why he holds that higher rank tonight. He's not folding under the pressure, securing a flawless kill to keep his hopes alive. Game over. Zeth secures the final kill and officially closes this out. Omnic put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't find that one extra gear. He really pushed him to the limit. What a battle. Aster holds a commanding 74% win rate in their career meetings. He's also coming off a much stronger day so far with a 27-9 record. Now we have to see if he can maintain that grip on this series. Omnic fights back and we're all square at 1. The higher rated player looks steady right now. Aster puts the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's settling into a familiar rhythm after that red line win. Omnic is putting up a real fight here. He's not letting the rating gap intimidate him at all. He really seems to be shaking off that loss to Zef. Omnic surges ahead, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. A surprising look for the number 34 ranked player right now. Aster claws it back to level the score. The favorite is refusing to let this slip away. These exchanges are coming fast. Omnic is putting up a real challenge right now. Neither player will budge. We're tied up at 4 apiece. He seems to be recovering from that tight loss to Zeth. Aster just edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. Aster is continuing that dominant trend from their previous encounter. That's a clean sweep of the last 3 and the momentum is firmly on his side. His current form is starting to mirror the gap in the rankings. A complete shutdown here and he just can't find an answer to this current run. This side of the bracket is just not favoring Omnic today. It's a 7-5 lead for Aster. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we projected. He just needs to keep this composure to close things out. Time for a reset. Omnic has a tough history on this map with just a 33% win rate. It's become a bit of a mental hurdle for him today, while Aster continues to look incredibly comfortable. The question now is if Omnic can find a way to break this cycle. Aster survives that exchange to tighten his grip on the series. A rough stretch for Omnic, especially coming off that earlier loss to Zeth. He's just too fast right now, racking up 4 straight to really put Omnic on the ropes. He's really capitalizing on that ranking advantage today. And that's 5 in a row. He's looking completely unstoppable right now as he moves to match point. A clutch reaction from Omnic to halt that momentum. He needs this kind of confidence if he's gonna pull off the upset. Another swift reaction from the underdog to keep this contest alive. This is definitely a glimpse of what we saw in their previous meetings. What an unbelievable scrap. Both players were practically empty, but he manages to outlast his opponent for the 3rd straight time. What a way to close it out. Aster secures the victory and the Omnic really tried to push back with those late rounds, but that sub 1 second reaction time proved to be too much. Zeph comes out swinging right from the start, catching Aster off guard up on the wine. Aster really dominates this matchup historically, having won about 80% of their all-time encounters. It's a huge gap to overcome, but Zeph actually managed to take their most recent game. It will be interesting to see if that previous upset plays a role here. Aster keeps it rolling from the wine, shifting the energy completely in his favor. He's looking remarkably sharp today, boasting a 27-9 record. Zeth manages to knock him off the wine to stay within reach. A huge hill to climb for the rank 31 player. We've got a dead heat as they move into round 6. The momentum is shifting, which is wild given his all-time record here. He's on fire, taking his third straight to reclaim the lead. He's really capitalizing on the confidence from that previous 13-11 victory. The onslaught continues as he secures a 4th straight win, putting total pressure on the match. He's really defying the odds in this series. Absolutely lethal. He's just outclassing everyone right now with a 5-round tier. He's truly shaking his world today. Aster is showing a lot of grit here, refusing to let his opponent pull too far ahead. He needed a result like that to stop the slide. Zeth is currently putting on a clinic despite the rating gap between them, and honestly he's just not letting the pressure of the ladder get to him. We have to wonder if Aster can regain his composure before this slips away entirely. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. You know, he's completely flipping the script on this series. Aster is the far superior player on paper, but he's struggling to keep up with Zeth's pace right now. A perfect response from Aster, stepping back into the fray with a quick exchange. That's exactly how the higher seed should respond. He's refusing to buckle, leveling the score with a clean kill to make it 7-all. He is simply refusing to back down, securing his 3rd straight win to take the lead. He's completely taken over the map, securing a 4th straight without letting Zeth touch him. Zeth manages to halt that runaway train of a streak right here. He's fighting an uphill battle against a top 15 opponent. Now we're all squared up at 9 apiece. Neither player is letting their recent losses get to them. He's totally in control now, claiming another win from the wine for a 3-round streak. Unreal, he's simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 11-9. The momentum has completely flipped from what we expected going into this. Another lightning fast reaction, and now he is just 1 round away from the victory. Aster just keeps fighting, delivering a flawless shot to stay in the game. What a finish! Zeth claws back through the damage to close out the series. He really just proved those head-to-head stats are a thing of the past. Aster was dominant for a bit, but he couldn't stop that momentum. Hard-fought win. Zeth is coming into this. We have a 3-game winning streak. It's an interesting contrast because Omnic has struggled quite a bit lately. He'll need to keep this pressure up to flip the script on his opponent. Omnic is just dominating right now, strolling to a 2-0 lead. He's really making the most of that head-to-head edge. Simply untouchable right now. He's cruised to a perfect 3-round start. A complete reversal from their last encounter. He claims another one from the ramp, moving to a clean 4-0 start. The rating gap isn't playing a role in this set. Zeth puts up a fight here, picking his opponent up from the toolbox. A reminder of why he entered this as the favorite. Omnic is just run away now, leading 5-1. He's certainly not playing like someone with a low ladder rank. Zeth has been playing some sharp Counter-Strike today, coming into this with a 3-game winning streak. It's giving him a massive mental edge after already taking the victory in their most recent encounter. He's definitely looking to turn this momentum into a full comeback. Omnic holds that height advantage on the ramp and takes the lead back to a 5-round gap. Zeth really needs to find some answers quickly. Omnic is just relentless, extending his lead to 7-3. He's certainly showing why he's the more experienced player in this rivalry. What a scrap! He barely edges out the win in a frantic firefight to close out the half. That was a nail-biter for the finish. Omnic takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. This is a total shock considering Zeth was the big favorite heading into this. We've seen a real shift in power over these first 12 rounds. Zeth needs a total reset here. Zeth is finally putting some pressure back on and shuts him down from the window. He's definitely leaning into his superior ladder standing. Omnic really just walked right through that, picking Zeth off the ramp for another point. The speed of these exchanges is wild. He's just ending these rounds instantly now. The odds for this matchup are looking very skewed right now. He just shuts the door on that little rally, putting him one away from a victory. He manages to secure this point, extending the gap before that final round. It is just a small flicker of hope for the higher seeded player. Absolutely effortless finish. Omnic secures the victory with a final kill on the wine box. He just completely flipped the momentum on this one, snapping that losing streak in a huge way. Astar has an overwhelming 280-98 lead in their history together, and you can see that confidence translating into his movement right now. It's tough for Omnic to shake that mental hurdle when he's facing someone who's been consistently better over 300 encounters. Astar is just cruising along with a 2-1 lead. The gap in the rankings definitely isn't making this a walkover. The momentum has completely shifted and Omnic is now staring down a potential lead. He's completely taken over this match, taking a narrow lead with his 3rd straight win. Absolute control from Omnic right now, marking a 4th straight round victory. What a freakish exchange, but he manages to come out on top and push the lead to 5-2. He finally answers back with a lightning fast reaction, keeping the contest alive. A very steady hand from Astar, showing some real grit to keep this fight close. He's proving why the odds were so skewed coming into this one. Omnic is barely breaking a sweat despite a 33% all-time win rate. It's clear he's completely ignored the historical odds in this set. He's playing with a level of poise that completely defies the usual patterns here. Another clean exchange for Astar, who's showing plenty of heart as we head toward the break. He's definitely tightened up his game as we approach the midpoint. We're all square at 6 apiece. Nobody saw this coming. Omnic is matching the top tier player shot for shot, and that 5-round streak earlier really flipped the script on this series. Time for a clean slate. He looks sharp as he keeps the pressure on and claims the advantage. It's a typical result for the higher ranked man in this matchup. He's really digging in his heels, shutting down that attempt at a rally. Astar just barely claws back into a slim 8-7 lead. He's definitely making the most of that recent victory against Zeth. Omnic levels the playing field to make it 8-all. A tough spot for Astar, who's already shaken by that recent drop to Zeth. A total shutdown by Astar, who is really starting to find his footing in this match. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly here. Omnic is playing out of his mind, catching Astar just as he tried to hold that ramp. It is a total toss-up heading into the final stretch. Goodness, what a brawl! He barely survives that exchange, clutching the victory by a thread. Looking like a completely different player after that strong showing against Zeth. He's keeping his cool, erasing that early deficit to bring things completely even. Both players are locked in as they head into these final 3. He's putting on a clinic right now, taking the command of the pace with that pair of quick kills. That was an incredibly fast shutdown to seal the round. Everything is up in the air now, with both of them staring down a possible overtime deadlock. What a scramble! He barely escapes that fight alive, and now stands a single round away from victory. That was a nail-biter of a finish. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a huge final play to secure the win. He really fought through the nerves to pull off the impossible. I can't believe he actually closed the door on that one. What a fight. Aster has dominated this rivalry with a victory in 80% of their past encounters. It's a crushing historical advantage, though Zeth did manage to edge out a win in their most recent match. It'll be interesting to see if he can duplicate that result today. Aster is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly looking sharp after a productive 26-10 day so far. Aster is really picking up the pace here, putting a big gap between himself and Zeth early on. Aster's control is absolute right now, securing another fast kill from the ramp. The skill gap is showing between these two right now. Zeth is refusing to go away, digging deep to secure another round. Just a reminder, we are looking at a huge gap in the ladder rankings. Aster looks far too comfortable, utilizing that ramp height to secure a 3-round lead. That's a lot of experience favoring the top side of the bracket here. Aster has really found his stride today with that 26-10 record. He's carrying that momentum straight into this series. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle right now, as his current form hasn't been nearly as strong. Aster just completely dismantles Zeth, clearing him off the ramp to maintain this incredible run. Zeth is having a tough time getting anything to stick today. That's 5 in a row for Aster, who looks completely untouchable heading into the break. Aster takes a strong 9-3 lead into the break, while the favorite is playing exactly how the numbers predicted. Zeth is going to need a huge response to close this 6-round gap. Fresh start for Zeth here. Aster is just cruising along with the commanding 10-3 lead. He is showing why he's a top 20 presence in this league. Zeth grabs another, but Aster still holds a 6-round cushion. He's clearly not intimidated by that rating gap. Aster is looking extremely fast today, closing these out in under 2 seconds time and time again. Aster puts the clamp back on this series and is now just a single round away from victory. Exactly what the pre-match predictions called for. Zeth manages to claw one back, though he's still facing a steep climb. It's a rare glimpse of vulnerability for the favorite here. He's staying in this fight, managing to put together a second straight win. His timing is just perfect right now. What a finish. Aster takes control of the server and secures the final victory. He just looked too polished throughout this set. That's another one in the books for the favorite. absolute chaos to start the game, but Zeth manages to cling on with just a sliver of health from the ramp. Zeth currently holds the long-term advantage with a 161 to 158 head-to-head lead. But we're seeing a real shift in momentum now that Omnic has won their most recent encounter. This is an interesting clash of styles to watch early on. Zeth is playing it safe with that high ground advantage, making it a dead-even split once again. The higher rated player is quickly shaking off those earlier struggles. Omnic was just too quick for him this time, picking Zeth right off the ramp. Omnic is looking very confident after that dominant 13-5 result earlier today. What a fight! Zeth barely scrapes through that encounter to bring us back to a deadlock. His higher rank is starting to play a factor in these trade-offs. Omnic just completely shut him down, making quick work of Zeth as he tried to hold the Tetris. His recent struggles against Aster seem to be carrying over here. Omnic is looking a lot stronger than his 34% map history suggests. It's clear that the momentum from his recent matches is weighing heavier than the long-term stats. He's put a lot of pressure on Zeth to respond quickly. Zeth is really finding his footing right now, using that ramp position perfectly to pull ahead. He's proving why the ladder has him rated slightly higher. Omnic edges ahead, holding a thin one-round lead now. The slight underdog is firmly in control of the pace. We're locked in at 6-6 as we head into the break. Well, this is exactly the kind of nail-biter we anticipated. Zeth has been incredibly lucky to survive those close calls, keeping this series dead even. New sides, new energy. Omnic is playing these rounds like soon, putting some serious pressure on Zeth as he takes control of the ramp. Zeth's recent struggles against Aster seem to carry over into his warm-up. Zeth is just getting out-dueled for his fair share of rounds now, especially when they both fight for that same piece of ground. Zeth really needs to find some answers against this opponent. Another clean get for the lead, holding that high ground on the ramp to extend his streak. His current form is mirroring that earlier blowout on fast aim. He's absolutely on fire, securing another quick kill from the ramp to reach 4 straight. He just blew right through Zeth's defense on the ramp to move 5 straight. A rough stretch for the favorite today. He's just untouchable right now, moving to 6 in a row. A complete reversal of expectations for the favorite. Huge hold from Zeth to stop the bleed and keep this game alive. Desperate fight for survival for him right now. What a finish. Omnic closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He's completely shifted the tide today, proving those historical map percentages don't matter when you're playing this well. Aster has won a staggering 74% of their total meetings. Well, it's clear that Omnic is trying to rewrite that history after securing a victory in their most recent clash. He'll need to keep this pressure up to shake his opponent. That was an absolute brawl, but the momentum stays firmly with him as he jumps to a 3-0 start. And Aster answers back instantly, showing some real grit to avoid a complete blowout. He can't let this slip after starting as the heavy favorite. Totally untouchable follow-up from Aster to narrow the gap. Omnic is just dominating this set, leading by 2. He's definitely fighting the trend of those previous head-to-heads. Omnic is really leaning into a strong run of form, having come into this on a 3-game winning streak. It's an impressive shift in gears for a player who usually struggles against this specific opponent. We'll see if he can keep this pace up. That was a gritty exchange, but he managed to dig deep and secure another one. He is starting to look like the favorite again. Omnic holds a 2-round edge as we enter double digits. Hard to believe the lower ranked player is this comfortable today. Omnic's putting on a clinic, leading 7-4. He's really finding his rhythm despite being ranked well below his opponent. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a shocking start for Aster. He normally owns this matchup, but he's just not answering the shots right now. Time to shake things up. Omnic is still in the driver's seat at 8-5. A solid response from the higher rated player here. Omnic is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-5. Omnic is just too fast for him right now, quickly taking Aster right off that box. Simply too fast, he's completely taking over this second half now. He's just completely out of his way, moving one step closer to closing this out. This is a total reversal of the usual power dynamic. Unreal. He closes the door on the series with a perfect final display. Just an unbelievable statement. Win from the lower seeded player to cap off a perfect performance on Dunes. Aster has a historical win rate of 73% on this map. It's a massive contrast to Zeth's track record in the same environment. Aster should be controlling the pace here despite that slow start. Zeth is absolutely dominating with a clean 2-0 lead. He is completely in control, extending that perfect start to 3 rounds. Total reversal of the recent 13-6 result on Blame. A precise response to get back into this, keeping the deficit manageable. The expected favorite is finally starting to show some life. He's refusing to go away, securing another quick round to keep the gap small. Exactly what you expect from a top 10 ladder contender. Zeth holds the advantage on the ramp, taking a 2-round lead. He's definitely fighting a bit of a hill, climbing against an all-time favorite. He's just too sharp, securing a flawless win to keep this close. Zeth is really putting the ladder rankings to the test today. Zeth is truly defying the odds here, considering Aster has won 80% of their previous meetings. Well, it's not just the head-to-head, he's effectively erased the huge rating gap in just a few rounds. This looks like a genuine shift in momentum. He's on fire now, leveling the score and proving he can dig himself out of this hole. A fast reaction to get things completely square. He's completely shifted the tide now, picking up a 3rd straight win to take the lead. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is trending exactly as expected. Zeth showed some guts with a nice run, but the favorite is simply too consistent for him right now. Time to see who's hotter. He's showing great resolve, shutting down the momentum and extending the lead to 8-5. Looking like a classic performance for the top-seeded player. Zeth is refusing to buckle under the pressure, getting another huge round to climb back toward the lead. Aster secures another win here, continuing his steady push to reclaim control of the match. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle against the top-tier talent today. The favorite just dismantled that run, taking a comfortable 4-round lead. He looks completely settled back into his typical rhythm. He manages to survive a gritty firefight, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. A complete reversal from that shaky start we saw earlier. A complete shutout to secure match point, as he simply won't let Zeth breathe. Zeth just can't find a way to stall this momentum. What a save! He claws one back to keep his hopes alive. Desperate play, but he managed to pull it off. And there it is. Aster finishes the job and takes the series. He just proved once again why he's the historical king of this matchup, leaving Zeth in the dust. Omnic has been on a roll with 4 straight wins lately. That contrast is stark when you look at Zef coming in with 4 losses in a row. He really needs to find some stability early on to avoid another landslide. Zef manages to hold his ground on those planks, keeping things perfectly level for now. Expectations are starting to line up for the higher rated player. Zeth is starting to put some pressure on, taking control from the ramp to extend his lead. We've got a deadlock at 2-all for both players. He's really fighting an uphill battle against his recent history. Zeth pulls ahead, gripping a narrow lead at 3-2. The head-to-head history really supports Zef's current form. Zef is really accelerating here, putting together a strong sequence of rounds. Omnic is really putting on a show from the ramp, making this a very tight contest. He's proving to be a very difficult matchup for Zef tonight. Zef has a nearly identical win rate to his opponent on this map, which makes the 2-round lead feel quite significant. Well, considering they are separated by only a single spot on our rating, the momentum is starting to tilt heavily in his favor. Total parity now. Omnic and Zeth are deadlocked. Both of these players have been fighting through a brutal day on the servers. The pace is really picking up here. These exchanges are happening almost instantly. He's trying to reverse the results from their earlier meeting on red line. It's all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly the stalemate we expected given how close these two are in rank. Both players are holding their own and refusing to blink as we head into the second half. Clean slate for both players. Omnic is really starting to pull away here, easily cleaning up Zeth from the ramp. He's really struggling to shake off those poor results from earlier today. Zeth is refusing to let Omnic build any momentum, keeping this series incredibly tight. Omnic is really making a push here, shaking Zeth right off that ramp to reclaim the lead. It looks like a repeat of that Redline series. Omnic is really starting to distance himself here, using that height on the ramp to secure another round. The slight favorite is really struggling to find an answer. He's just untouchable right now. Another flawless burst from that elevated perch. Tough trade of damage there, but he holds his nerve to close it out. That's a huge answer right there to keep things competitive. Zeth shuts that door from the window, continuing his climb back into this game. He is starting to play exactly like the favorite here. Unbelievable. That was a total war of attrition, and Omnic just barely scrapes through with his life. Absolutely frantic scramble for that finish. An absolute shutdown of Zef from the ramp, putting the series right where Omnic wants. The momentum has completely shifted since the start of the half. Zeth puts on a clinic from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. A really sharp reaction there to hold that push. Incredible Zeth barely escapes with his life, showing immense grit to claw back into this game. Pure survival instinct on that last play. What a finish. Omnic seals the deal with a perfect final shot to take the victory. Zeth fought until the very last second, but he just couldn't find that final push. A tough loss for Zeth. Aster is historically a nightmare for Omnic, winning 74% of their encounters over the years, although that's not as definitive as it sounds considering Omnic actually closed out their most recent meeting in a big way. It'll be interesting to see if that recent confidence can bridge the skill gap. Absolutely effortless. He's just totally in control of this map right now. Unbelievable! He somehow walks away from that disaster with a handful of health to keep the streak alive. He's just on fire. A 5th consecutive round for Aster. The rating difference between these two is starting to feel very real. A complete shutout so far, leaving his opponent without a single round. The number 17 seed is making this look easy. Finally, a response from Omnic to hold that momentum. He has certainly looked strong today with that 25 and 11 record. Omnic has been in a distinct surge recently, winning 70% of his last 10 matches. That trend is translating perfectly into this game, where he's now showing the resilience needed to keep Aster under pressure. Fierce trade there, but he manages to outlast his opponent to make it 3 straight. The favorite is finally starting to look vulnerable here. He's just not letting up, extending this rally to 4 consecutive rounds. The pressure is really starting to mount for the higher seed. He's simply untouchable right now, powering through a huge swing to close in the gap. Just a total deadlock now as the score settles at 6-all. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is lining up with the pre-match predictions here. We've seen a few wild momentum shifts, but the top seed is still maintaining his grip on the series. He's not backing down, keeping these charges alive with another spotless delivery. Omnuk is really proving he can hang with the elite seeds today. Aster just reclaimed a 2-round cushion over Omnic. He's really showing why he sits so much higher on the ladder. Another quick response here, showing some serious grit to stay in this fight. A clean win there, preventing the higher seed from pulling away. Aster is pulling ahead with a narrow 9-7 lead. Aster really seems to be regaining his footing in this series. He survives a scrap to narrow the gap to just 1 round. That was an incredibly sharp exchange to put the pressure back on. Total deadlock. He digs deep to claw back to a 9th round. The underdog is refusing to let this game slip away. He's simply taking over the map now, moving into a commanding lead. A surprising turn of events for the pre-match favorite. Everything is wide open as they head toward the finish line. What a way to respond. He completely shuts down the higher seed to seize the lead. He's clearly not rattled by those early struggles. We are headed straight for a tiebreaker at this pace. Neither player is giving an inch today. He's managed to keep his composure despite that rough 5-13 loss earlier. A gritty exchange here. But Aster comes out on top to put himself just 1 step away from victory. The sheer consistency from the top seed is on full display. What a finish! He secures the final round to close out the match. He really refused to let that early lead slip away, proving once again why he owns this particular head-to-head. That was an incredible scrap. What a fight. Zeph gets the first one on the board, catching Aster right as he stepped up the ramp. Aster is looking far too comfortable right now, effortlessly returning the favor to keep things dead even. Aster really dominates their head-to-head record. Aster is putting up a very strong 26-11 record so far today. It's a night and day difference compared to the struggle Zeph has had in his recent outings. I wonder if he can keep this pace for the whole set. Aster is just too quick today, punishing that Tetris angle and pulling ahead by one. Zeph's been fighting an uphill battle in their previous meetings. And we are all squared up at 3 apiece. Hard to believe given how usually lopsided this pair is. Zeth claws back into the lead, holding a 4-3 edge. He's really shaking off those losses from their earlier meeting. A fierce exchange, but Zeth secures it from the ramp to keep the hot streak alive. It is a complete reversal of their typical dynamics. He's absolutely on fire, putting the pressure on with another kill from the boxes. Quite a shift from the usual result they have together. Just an absolute blur of a round as Zeph extends his lead to 7. Another absolute nail-biter, but he manages to scrape through the duel to extend the run. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a total stomp from Aster, but everything is flipped right now. It's a massive swing given their head-to-head history. Aster needs a huge wake-up call. Aster carries a huge 209.53 head-to-head advantage over Zeph. Well, that historical dominance is finally starting to show as he fights back from this deficit. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close the gap. Aster quickly shuts that down, flushing Zeth right off the ramp to keep the momentum shifting. The higher rated man is definitely starting to find his gear. An incredibly fast response from Aster to put 3 in a row on the board. He's simply not letting up, marking a 4th straight round to keep this comeback charging. The initial gap in their skill levels is finally showing. He's totally in control now, securing another clean win from the ramp to keep this charge moving. The momentum shift is real for the favorite right now. Zeth puts a stop to that onslaught, ending the run with a lightning fast response. Zeth is putting himself in a very strong position here. A few more rounds and the underdog pulls this off. A tough spot to be in for the rank 17 player. Another effortless kill for Aster, continuing the push to close the distance. We're seeing some high tier reflexes on display in this matchup. Zeth puts himself in the driver's seat, needing only one more to seal the victory. It's just a huge mental blow for the higher rated player. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door with that final burst to claim the victory. He really played out of his mind to defy the odds today. Aster fought back hard, but the momentum just wasn't with him. What a fight. Zeth holds a slight advantage in their long history together, having won exactly half of their encounters. And that consistency is really showing in his current form today. He looks poised to take control of the pace here. Zeth's firmly in the driver's seat with a 2-1 lead. The higher seed is starting to flex that small gap in skill. Omnic needs to find a way to shut this down, as Zeth is really starting to pick up speed here. That's a fast way to get a 2-round lead. He's just taking over this set now, scoring his 3rd straight. He's capitalizing on those early nerves today. Absolute chaos in this fight, and he manages to claw out a victory with a tiny sliver of health left. That was an incredibly tight exchange to end it. He's putting up a fight, securing his 2nd consecutive point to close the gap. That's a bold shift in energy for the underdog. Zeth has historically held the advantage on this specific map, winning around 38% of his games here. It's a subtle edge, but it clearly helps him maintain his composure when the pressure mounts. If he can widen this lead, the psychological weight might be too much for Omnic. A complete shutdown of that fight, and we are officially back to an even split. These last 2 exchanges were incredibly quick. What a turnaround. Omnic has completely flipped this match on its head to take a 1-round lead. The favorite is looking very vulnerable after that collapse. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, he's defied the odds here. Zeth had the historical map advantage, but Omnic is the one who actually stepped up when the streak started. Fresh start for both players. Omnic keeps the momentum, pushing his lead to 7-6. It's a very tight battle between these two right now. He's showing a lot of grit, stepping up again to extend that cushion. A really clean finish to put a wedge in this thing. He is simply refusing to let Zeth pull away, maintaining a tight grip on this series. Zeth hasn't quite found a way to stabilize his defense. Zeth is showing real toughness here, quickly neutralizing the threat to pull closer in this set. He's playing exactly like the favored side right now. He secures another one from the ramp, stubbornly chipping away at that lead. We're seeing a much more aggressive side of his game tonight. Zeth is absolutely flying right now, erasing that deficit completely to bring us back to a deadlock. Both players are fighting for a foothold in this deadlock. He's just unstoppable right now, surging ahead with another clean victory to take a 1-round lead. Oh, a total collapse of that early lead. Omnic shuts that door instantly, clawing right back into a dead heat. Everything has shifted since the break. Zeth keeps his composure and draws first blood to pull ahead by 1. He's playing with a lot of confidence after those recent victories. He is completely taken over, now moving just 1 step away from victory. The experience gap is starting to weigh heavily on the server. Unbelievable. He closes out the series in style to secure the win. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit, but that late surge was just too much to handle. What a match. Aster holds a dominant 74% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a massive advantage, but we're seeing that translate poorly so far. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can actually get his composure back. Aster's barely clinging to a narrow 2-1 lead here. He's really looking strong after a productive 24-12 run today. Omnic catches him as he tries to hold the ramp and takes a commanding lead. The lower ranked player is really shaking things up early. Aster keeps his head, extending that narrow lead to 3. He's generally the much stronger player on this particular surface. Unbelievable, Aster barely survives the trade from the ramp, digging deep to claw away with almost nothing left. That's a nice result for the higher rated player here. He's just too fast right now, putting the pressure back on with a 3rd straight victory. The rating difference is starting to show through. And he's just not letting up, securing another win to extend the lead to 6. Omnic is having a tough time finding an answer to this plays. Omnic manages to trade back, cutting into that lead. The lower rated side is refusing to go quietly today. Omnic is struggling to close out the gap today. Currently holding a 14-21 record over the last day. It's a rough stretch that really highlights the struggle he's facing compared to his opponent's hot start. I wonder if he can actually shift the energy before this gets out of hand. Aster heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Right, this is exactly what we anticipated. He is playing perfectly to his 68% map win rate here. Omnic needs to wake up fast. Aster is simply cruising along with a 10-2 free grip. The upper half of the ladder is usually far more consistent. Aster is just putting on a clinic right now, ending those rounds in a flash. The difference in their overall experience is clearly showing. Omnic is refusing to go down without a fight, putting together a pair of rounds to keep the pressure on. Tough break after that tough 11-13 loss in their last meeting. Omnic is putting up a fierce fight to stay in this match, but he's still fighting a steep uphill battle. He takes control of the engagement and puts himself in a prime position to seal the match. He just shuts down any hope of a real comeback. He manages to survive the exchange and claw back one more round. A quick trade-off there, keeping the pressure on a struggling favorite. And that's it. Aster puts on a complete show to wrap up this series. He's just too strong on this map, and that gap in experience was obvious from the jump. Zef takes a strong opening round by playing the ramp for a quick pick. Zef is putting on a huge display right now, really making Aster look misplaced in these early exchanges. Simply untouchable. He just secures another perfect round. The higher rated player is really struggling to find a way back. That was a brutal exchange, but Aster manages to dig deep and secure the win. Needed that to prove he's still the heavy favorite. He shuts things down quickly from the ramp, showing a lot of grit to keep this close. He's playing exactly like the favorite now. Unreal, Aster just barely scrapes through that scrap to level the score at 3-3. Total chaos on those final pixels, but he just refused to go down. Zef secures the target from the ramp to retake a slim lead. Zef has a lot of ground to make up against a long-time nemesis. Zef just keeps the pressure on, using that high ground on the toolbox to keep a narrow gap. He is certainly fighting against a long history of losses here. Aster manages to pull him off the ramp, showing some real resolve as he keeps this close. The gap between these two on the ladder is nearly non-existent. What a turn of events! He's clawed his way back to completely even the score. The pressure is really shifting towards Zef now. Aster claims another victory from the ramp, firmly establishing his control as he heads into the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's leaning on that superior map win rate to keep Zef from stealing any momentum going into the second half. Time to switch things up. A totally clean shot to open the second half, and he's still looking sharp. The higher seeds always seem to find an edge in these spots. Zef catches him right off the ramp, showing a lot of fight to narrow the gap. He's showing a lot of heart against one of the league's best. Keeps his foot on the gas, refusing to let Zef build any real momentum here. He's playing a very composed game today. Zef picks him off the ramp with a completely effortless spray. He is really making the favorite work for every single point. Another quick burst from the ramp to keep this rally going. Zef is proving that the rating difference isn't a barrier today. An absolute powerhouse performance by Zef, dropping his opponent from the wall to bring this game dead even. Just as fast as he took a lead, he's lost it. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over this match with a 4th straight victory. What a response! Aster shuts down that momentum completely to bring us back to a deadlock. Just in time to put this back on even ground. Aster continues to show incredible poise, picking his opponent off from the ramp to extend that lead. He's completely in control now, putting himself on the verge of victory with a flawless exchange. The gap in their experience is really starting to show now. Zef puts up a huge fight, dragging his opponent off the wall to keep his hopes alive. Huge clutch for Zef to keep the game within reach. He secures a perfect kill from the toolbox to force an unbelievable deadlock. Absolute deadlock as we head into a potential overtime scenario. The resilience is real as he secures that win from the ramp to move ahead. The pressure is mounting on Zef to close this out. Another flawless exchange for Aster, putting him in total control of the map. just more of the same for the top seed. Aster is simply on fire right now, putting the match on his line with a clean victory. Zeth is really struggling to close this gap out. And there it is, he closes out the map in spectacular fashion to secure the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the absolute limit today, but the experience finally paid off. What a match. Omnic is historically more comfortable here with a 42% win rate, though Zeth definitely holds the overall psychological edge in their long rivalry. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if Omnic can use that confidence to build a lead early on. What a battle. Zeth scrapes through that chaotic exchange by the skin of his teeth. Omnic is really cruising now with a commanding 3-1 lead. Zeth's early advantage in their overall history isn't showing yet. Zeth fights back to make it 3-2. He's trying to maintain that momentum from their last encounter. Omnic is starting to build some serious ground here, and the pressure is really shifting towards Zeth. He's looking for some revenge after that 13-10 loss on Blame Mappas. Omnic pulls ahead again to claim a 4-3 lead. That's the favorite showing a bit more poise now. Total deadlock now as Zeth levels it at 4-4. The higher ranked player is starting to assert himself here. Zeth is just completely taking over right now, moving into a 3-game slide for his opponent. He is simply on a tear now, extending that streak to 4 straight. The higher rated player is comfortably in control right now. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now sitting on 5 straight victories. Zeth enters the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, he just completely shut down the momentum with that 6-round run. It's an impressive start since this map usually favors Omnic. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Omnic reads that peek perfectly and takes him right off the box. It's a tight race with Zeth leading the career total by just 2 rounds. He's showing a lot of grit, keeping this rally alive to cut the deficit to 2. Zeth is currently fighting through a rough patch of form, but he is proving that his recent success against this opponent wasn't a fluke. It's a crucial moment to see if he can shut the door and protect this 3-round lead. Zeth holds a commanding 4-round cushion at 10-6. He's really capitalizing on everything we've seen since their last matchup. Omnic finds an answer, bringing the tally to 7-10. That's a tough look for him after those 3 straight losses today. What a statement, refusing to let Zeth close the gap and keeping this comeback alive. Zeth really needs to tighten up and find his footing again. Zeth just clamped down on that round instantly. He's not giving Omnic any breathing room to close this gap. Zeth shuts down the rally instantly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. His experience in these high-pressure closes is really showing. Omnic puts a stop to the slide with a clean kill, keeping himself in the game. Exactly the kind of resilience Zeth was expecting to face today. Another perfect exchange and the comeback is truly heating up. He's fighting a tough battle to protect that narrow lead. The search continues. He's now just a single round behind as the pressure mounts on Zeth. Zeth hasn't looked this shaky since his loss against Ziglos. Absolutely staggering. He's completely leveled the playing field, forcing the map into overtime. Pure chaos in the air as we head into these final moments. Zeth answers back immediately with a lightning fast shot to reclaim the lead. He continues to hold that slim advantage in the overall head-to-head. The pace of these encounters has slowed down, but Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat now. His higher rating seems to be the difference today. That was effortless. Omnic keeps the pressure high as this duel reaches a fever pitch. An incredibly fast reset to stay in command. Omnic refuses to go down quietly, catching his opponent right off the box to keep this series alive. Unreal, Zeth secures the finale from the box to close out the entire match. Omnic practically had him on the ropes in those late rounds, but he just wouldn't break. He really dug deep in overtime. What a fight. Aster has historically controlled this matchup, winning 74% of their encounters. That historical edge is coupled with a strong run of form today. We have to see if Omni can find a way to break that cycle. Aster is just cruising with a 2-round lead. He's certainly playing like the superior seed so far. Omnic puts the pressure back on Aster by cleaning him right off the ramp. He's really fighting to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Aster is looking dominant with a comfortable 3-1 cushion. Consistency has been the story for him throughout today's session. Aster is practically untouchable, leading 4-1. He's essentially playing at his usual standard right now. A quick reaction there by Omnic to keep his hopes alive. The favorite is seeing a few cracks in the armor. Aster is currently sitting on a strong 25-11 record for the day. It is clear he is riding a wave of confidence that is making this lead feel very secure. The main question now is if Omnic can actually find a way to steal a momentum shift. Aster proves that holding the high ground is just too risky for Omnic to deal with right now. His current ladder standing really gives him a huge edge here. Aster is just too quick today, taking that duel on the ramp in a heartbeat. He's showing why he's firmly in the upper half of the ladder. He's completely in control of this set now, securing a strong lead before the sides swap. The gap between their ratings is really starting to show. Aster holds a commanding 9-3 lead going into the break. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see. He is really capitalizing on the matchup advantage on red line right now. Omnic needs to wake up now. Aster stays ruthless with a 9-4 advantage. Omnic has had a tough run of losses in his latest outings. Aster quickly deals with that ramp position, continuing to push his lead even further. Just another tough day at the office for a player sitting outside the top 30. Aster is simply outclassing him, now sitting at 10-5. The lower seed is showing a bit more grit in this set. A real brawl on the ramp there, but Aster comes out on top in a tough trade. The higher rated player is simply refusing to let this slip. A gritty struggle that ends in a huge advantage for the top seed, who now needs only one more to seal the deal. Total shutdown of any hope for a comeback now. Absolute perfection from Aster to close it out and seal the series. He's just continuing that heater today, looking far too sharp for Omnic to keep up with. Aster really owns the mental game here, winning 80% of their lifetime meetings. It's no surprise he's continuing that dominance today. Zef needs to find a way to break this pattern if he wants to keep it competitive. Zeth is surging ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. He is just completely in control now, taking another round to move 3 steps ahead. He's really putting the rank 16 guy on his heels. Simply untouchable right now as he makes it 4 in a row. Quite a turnaround from their last encounter on fast aim. Aster claims this one from the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. A clean reset for the underdog to get back into this. Zeth has struggled with a lower win rate throughout his career. It's interesting to see him consistently outplaying his usual habits in this specific encounter. He's proving he can handle the pressure today. Aster is showing some real grit, shutting that door quickly to stay within striking distance. He really is showing why the analysts favored him today. Aster is refusing to fade away, clawing back another round to keep things tight. He's proving why he entered this series with the advantage. Unbelievable. He's completely flipped the script, evening the score with a flawless performance. Absolute perfection from Aster, as he takes total control of this match. Zeth is starting to look like the long shot once again. We go into the break, tied at 6-all. I mean, Zeth is absolutely refusing to let the higher rated player take over. This is turning into a real battle despite the heavy lean toward Aster coming into the set. Let's see who blinks first. He's showing incredible resolve, stepping up once more to claim the lead. The ladder placement is really starting to show. He's simply too sharp right now, keeping his momentum rolling to extend that lead. He's really capitalizing on the gap in their career win rates. The surge continues as he puts a firm grip on this map. The gap in their overall experience is showing in these critical moments. Another effortless trade from the ramp as he extends the lead to 10-6. His recent form against the field has been frightening. He just cannot be stopped right now, claiming another round to move within 2 of the finish line. Zeth just can't find a way to stop this run. He is just completely owning this match now, sitting on match point after 6 straight wins. Told blackout from the other side of the map. It's Tyloo's that pulls one back. He manages to deny that final round for now. Just a glimpse of life for him when he needed it most. What a way to close it out. Aster secures the final round to take the map. He was just way too fast for the other guy, capping off another smooth win in this rivalry. Zeth actually holds a slight advantage in their head-to-head history over 300 matches. That mental edge is certainly playing a role here, given how their last meeting ended. I wonder if Omnic can find a way to shift the momentum early. Zeth's just barely edging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Zeth is currently fighting a tough skid throughout the day. Omnic has completely flipped the script on this one, erasing Zeth's early lead in a flash. The higher rated man is suddenly under a lot of pressure. He is simply taking over this match, securing another fast victory. It's a surprising turnaround for the lower ranked man in this pairing. Omnic is simply untouchable right now, picking up another quick victory. Total flip from the result we saw in their previous duel. Zeth answers back quickly, keeping the gap thin. The higher seeded player is finally starting to assert himself. Omnic has a tough history on this map with only a 31% win rate. It's quite impressive to see him shake off that trend and actually take control of the pacing. It's proving that previous statistics don't always dictate the current flow. Omnic's now sitting pretty with a 2-round cushion. The lower rated competitor is really putting on a show. Zeth is really struggling to find an answer for the pace Omnic is setting right now. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it is a real shock to see the guy with the worst map record actually leading the way. Zeth will need to sharpen up if he wants to close this gap. Time for a fresh start. Omnic's just ballooning that lead to a commanding 8-5. He's playing some incredibly confident basketball despite those tough losses today. Omnic keeps rolling and now pulls ahead to 9-5. He's shaking off a brutal 5-game losing streak in a huge way. Zeth is starting to climb back into this, refusing to let the lead slip too far away. That was a lightning fast reaction to secure the round. Unbelievable. He claws back into this with a sliver of health left after that absolute war. Just an absolute nail-biter for a round. Omnic firmly holds the lead at 10-7. A very consistent performance for the underdog here. He is just completely overwhelming Zeth right now. The momentum is firmly in Omnic's favor. Zeth is showing some real resilience here, refusing to let this match slip away. He is certainly fighting for every point to close this gap. A blistering shot secures the lead, and now Omnic is just one step away from victory. Zeth puts up a strong fight here to stay in the game. A quick response there to keep things interesting. What a finish. Omnic closes it out with total precision to secure the match. Honestly, a huge confidence boost for him. He just completely dismantled Zeth's advantage on Italy today.